Good evening, councillors, members of the public. I now open the ordinary council meeting on the 25th of February 2025 at 7:09 p.m. To begin this evening's council meeting, I'd like to invite Auntie Maxine to welcome us all to the first council meeting of 2025. Please be seated.
Thank you. Thanks, Don. Nuggambi, which means welcome or hello in Dharawal language. My name is Auntie Maxine Ryan and I'm from the Aboriginal community of Botany Bay and I belong to the Dharawal Nation. But I would like to acknowledge Bidjil and the Gweagal clan, the land we're meeting on today, and acknowledge my elders, past, present and those emerging, and any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people that are with us this evening. I welcome you all here and acknowledge why we're still here, why we're still surviving. We are the oldest culture in the world. We're over 65,000 years old and we're still here surviving because of my ancestors and my elders, how they cared for the land, looked after the land, looked after our people, my people, and we are still here tonight. And we're still surviving. So I do thank them very much for looking after the land and the waters. As the water is important to me, as I did grow up on a mission, we got our rations and everything, but we still had the land and the water to survive. So that's what my elders done for us. They provided for us. They were there, our mother, the land. The land is our mother. We must care for her. Because she does feed us. She feeds us all. She feeds our plants, animals, makes our medicine. And that's why we're all here, still surviving together as one. And as every year, we do welcome those different cultures into Australia. They become Australian citizens. So I'm passionate about going into the schools and teaching the young generation on how to look after the land and the waters, as they are our future, they're our leaders. We are their role models. So everybody, please doing the good job that you do, being our young generation. We are their role models. No matter where we go, to work, land, country, home, we're still their role models. So I do thank you very much on all the hard work that you do. And I'm proud to be a role model in my community. And as I am from the Laperouse community, I'm proud to be from there. I'm proud of my ancestors and my elders from there. And I do like to acknowledge the ones that we have lost along the way. We don't forget them. They are still here. They are in our spirits as we have our beliefs. We have our beliefs and that's what I teach the children. That word respect, because we must respect each other and respect our beliefs. As they do have their beliefs, they do have their culture. And our culture is different. We are different. We look different, smell different. We eat different food. We talk different languages. We wear different clothes. And that's why I teach that big word, respect, with our young generation. Because the journeys that they will take on this land, Aboriginal land, always was, always will be, is that they will sit next to another person with a different culture. They will pass somebody with a different culture. And that's what it's all about, is respecting that culture. I respect theirs, they respect mine. And that's why I'm passionate about going into the schools and teaching our young generation. So on that note, please keep on looking after our beautiful land. Look after country. Because you look after country, country will look after you. And I don't say goodbye in my language, I say Nundawabi in my language, and that means if I don't see you around, I will see you in the dream time. So have a good evening, and please keep on looking after country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza with the prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, councillors. If you could please remain standing. Thank you. Later on this evening, I will be presenting 2 mayoral minutes recognising the passing of members of our community, which are also the subject of mayoral minutes on tonight's business paper. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the very tragic passing of Dr. William Victor Sims, or Uncle Vic, or Uncle Bunno, as he's very affectionately known. I note that Auntie Barb is in the crowd this evening. Uncle Bunno, or Uncle Vic, died of natural causes on Saturday the 8th of February 2025, aged 78 years young. Uncle Vic was born on the mission at La Perouse in 1946, and he was one of 10 children and survived by his wife Joan, 4 children, 15 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren and 9 siblings. I also note that several Randwick councillors were in attendance at the very well-attended funeral recently on behalf of Randwick Council and on behalf of all of the Randwick community. Uncle Vic was a distinguished musician, played and well respected amongst the community, and his contribution will be sorely missed, and I'd like to, with that, have a minute of silence. Thank you. I'd now also like to acknowledge the recent passing of Eric DeHart. Eric was a life member and sponsor of the Coogee Dolphins. In October of 2002, he was on a football trip to Bali with mates from the Coogee Dolphins. The Sari club was bombed on the 12th of October in a tragic terrorist attack. The attack killed 88 Australians, 44 of which lived in New South Wales, and 20 were from our own local community. Tragically, 6 teammates from the Coogee Dolphins were with him, were in the Sari club at the time of the bombings and died on that night. Eric demonstrated great determination and selflessness in the aftermath of the bombing in searching for his mates with other Dolphin team members, scouring the hospitals and makeshift morgues. It was an unimaginable task at great cost to himself. He provided comfort and assistance to many of the injured and survivors who'd gathered at the Bounty Hotel directly after the bombing, and continued over many years to remember and acknowledge the loss of the 6 Dolphins players who were killed that night. Our heartfelt sympathies are extended to Eric's family, friends and community. Could we please have a minute of silence? Thank you. I'd also just like to briefly mention that I was informed early this morning that the longest resident, to our knowledge, of Phillip Bay, formerly of Yarra Bay, died on Sunday the 23rd of October. Eileen Joan Caesar, who had lived in the area for some 91 years and 4 months, which is quite a considerable period of time in our community, and would like to recognise her passing as well, which was kindly conveyed to us by members of the community who are here this evening. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We now move to the agenda. I first go, are there any apologies or leaves of absence? It appears that we have a full house, so that is not required. Can I please have somebody confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 10th of December 2024? I saw a hand from Councillor D'Souza. Moved, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? There being no, I saw Councillor Veach and then I'll go to Councillor Martin. Tell you what I'll do, I'll go to Councillor Martin while you look. Yep, Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you. In relation to NM 1125, on behalf of the Randwick Liberal team, I'd like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary declaration in that we know the Speaker, Natalie Knoll, through her community activities.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Yes, I would like to make a declaration regarding one of the mayoral minutes relating to the financial assistance and donations for the La Perouse Mardi Gras float. I know a couple of people who are on that float, and as such, I will not vote on this matter.
Thank you. Are there, Councillor Burst?
One of the speakers, NM 3-25, Peter Fagan, is known to me through Bays and Beaches, and prior to that, the Save Yarra Bay group. Thank you. So non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. Thank you. And I will be voting.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wellington?
Yeah, I have to declare that the Mardi Gras float, I am politically associated with a couple of people on the float and therefore will abstain. I will not.
Yep, non-significant.
Will not vote.
Okay,
yeah.
That's fine. Yep,
Non-significant, non-pecuniary. Thank you.
Councillor Asghari.
Yeah, I acknowledge that there is no non-pecuniary, non-significant. You know some of the members of those community. Politically, we know them.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. There being any further declarations, councillors, if at any point you feel the need to make a further declaration, please interrupt the meeting. I will happily take the declaration and allow you to manage it appropriately. Thank you. We now move to the public component of this evening's meeting. Just to the knowledge of members of the public, in respect of the Privacy and Personal Information and Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting are recorded for the purposes of clause 520 to 523 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-video recordings of the meeting are prohibited without the express permission of Council. A person may be expelled without, if they record without the express permission of Council. In regards to the public component, all members of the public addressing tonight's meeting will have a maximum of 4 minutes in which to put forward their case, with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped when the 4 minutes has expired. Councillors may ask questions of the presenters at the end of each public submission. However, I really would like to emphasise to members of the public, if at any point you're not obliged to be here, so if you feel that you do not wish to answer any questions asked of you of Council, you're under no obligation to do so. It is a courtesy for your attendance. With that, we move to the first speaker, MM3/25, speaking in favour, Auntie Barb Sims. Thank you. And that is the mayoral minute concerning Uncle Vic.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, can I acknowledge country? We're on the land of the Bidjigal people. Our neighbouring clans are the Gweagal people and the Gadigal people of Sydney Eora Nation. Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, councillors, Mayor, General Manager, and all other councillors here today. I'd like to acknowledge my brother, Dr. William Victor Sims, an honorary doctorate at the University of New South Wales last year. It is the highest accolade anyone can bestow on someone, an honorary doctorate. The man from the mission kid done well. My brother, we are Stolen Generations kids taken away in 1956. I was an 8-year-old, Bob 9, Vic 10, my brother Sonny 12, my sister Ruth 14. We were taken away and charged with neglect, and our mother had a heart attack. So I don't see that warranted to be taken away, but we've moved on from there. And this man that come from the mission, a 9-year-old young boy singing, he entertained around the world. He also accompanied Shirley Bassey at the Tivoli, He done remarkable things, and in his lifetime of feat, what he'd done in his lifetime, he achieved. He also entertained across the world First Nations people in Canada and America, and he went in some of the biggest jails. That's it, Noel, you're holding it there. So, an esteemed gentleman in his own right, a man who fought adversities, and he challenged the system. We tend to challenge a lot, and he did this in the highest accolades that he bestowed on him. If we stop and think about Aboriginal people, they say, oh, they're no good, they're dirty, they're lazy, there's no opus. We can prove you wrong. We have a life. We have a great set mind. I've got a great head set myself, and I'm in a great state of mind. And I can tell you these things from coming from the mission. Max, you're always right. We are mission kids, and we were there. We were told when we could leave, what we could do. We were issued worm tablets, head lice checks. The manager opened your mail before you got it and read it. He chose to give it to you. And we were called dirty heathens on the mission by non-Aboriginal people. People today who want to come there and be a part of what we do. We are proud people. We'll continue to be proud people. And we stand tall and affirmed. If you can see our life is on the other side, you can say, boy, haven't they travelled? Yes, we have travelled. I have travelled the world as well. And we give our time unstintedly to others. And if we can do this in a harmonious way, it tells you who we are as a people. So this man did this. He had to ask permission to leave the mission from the manager. The local policeman was Joe Beecroft. 3 welfare officials said yes to him. And we were entertained by some great entertainers. Cole Joy came to our house with the Joy Boys. They took Vic. His first show was over the Manly Jazzarama. He got paid 36 shillings. In the old equation, $3.60. So imagine getting that for a pay, $3.60. This man went on to become and do big and better things. And I thank Noel also, I think you've raised this as well. I thank you for being a great friend of mine and ours. And we should walk with each other every day and always. To a great counsellor here, Philippa, I have the utmost respect for you, what you do and how you do it, and you give instantly your time to others. If more people looked at you and said, this is a woman that done this, I'm proud of you. I'm proud to be called your friend and my friend to you. We have a great solid bond in friendship. And to all councillors, General Manager, I believe you and I have a great relationship too, and I'm proud of what you do with your council here. Mission Kid done well. He also witnessed racism at Moree. He was told to get out of the swimming pool at Moree well before the Freedom Ride, which they just celebrated 60 years. This boy did this.
An extension for 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll be very brief with you. So we was told to get out of the swimming pool. He would contaminate the water because his black skin was too black to be in the water. Your swimming pool's down the back. It's down the river where the kids swim. That's what he was told. Peter Allen come to his rescue. He said, if we get out of the pool, we all get out. You're not having a show here tonight. So this man who done well and addressed many peoples. People came from Canada, First Nations people, America, Tasmania, around the world. They came to the church last week when he was laid to rest. He's on country with his father, brother. He's just up the road from my daughter where they'll meet up with each other in the dream time. And he's survived by his wife and children and grandchildren. I'm very proud of my brother where we come from the mission. We are mission kids, but by God, are we proud mission kids? Yes. Max, you're a mission kid with us as well. So we've achieved a lot of great things. And to each and every one of you councillors here that support us, I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the next item, CS2/25, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development Shark Management Program Survey. Speaking against, Lauren Sanderman.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, and to the previous speaker. I'm a marine biologist, a campaigner, and a PhD researcher on human-shark interactions. I've spent years engaging with the public, governments, and world-class researchers on shark bite mitigation, and I've been asked to speak on behalf of members of your community as a subject matter expert on the topic of shark nets for this motion. This is about making beaches safer for the public. There are basic misunderstandings about the shark nets we are discussing, so to put us all on the same page, I'd appreciate your attention to this short video. Let me be clear. The shark nets we are discussing today are a catch and kill program designed in the 1930s. They do not form a barrier, deter, deflect, or stop sharks from swimming at beaches. They're not designed to. Their goal is to entangle and kill whatever swims into the net in the hope that it is a target species of shark, with almost half of the very few sharks caught being on the beach side of the net. Next slide, oh, thank you. Randwick's 2 nets are among the worst performing shark nets of the entire program, with some of the lowest catch rates for target sharks, catching and killing everything else. According to official data, neither net has caught a single target shark since January 2020, and rarely did so in the years prior. With shark nets in the water, people are already swimming with sharks and always have been. Research published last year found that since 2000, there's been no difference in the risk of a shark interaction between beaches with versus without shark nets, and that in some years, the risk was higher at beaches with a shark net. Modern alternatives have consistently and overwhelmingly proven to be more effective for beach safety and do not have the disastrous consequences for our marine environment like these catch and kill nets. Some in this room have suggested a precautionary approach. With all due respect, that only applies when there is uncertainty, and there isn't. We are not asking for this council to be experts on shark mitigation. We are asking for you to listen to those that are. The evidence that has been presented before you is not uncertain. It is clear, consistent, and well documented. Shark nets have no benefit for public safety. There is no uncertainty that modern alternatives are overwhelmingly superior and demonstrate how ineffective shark nets are. We are not uncertain in claims that sharks use entangled and dead animals in shark nets as a buffet. Next slide. We have images obtained by Freedom of Information showing that this occurs, and this is why swimming or surfing around shark nets is considered to potentially increase the risk of shark interactions. Next slide. The best way to keep people safe is to use the measures that actually work. Your community expects its leaders to listen and act accordingly when you're being told what works and what doesn't, especially if some members of your community don't have the same level of understanding about this program. The decision to phase out shark nets does not lie with this council. That's the responsibility of the state government. All we are asking is that you stand with every other council that has voted no on this issue, councils that share the same concerns, have their own local tragedies, and support the modern measures that meet today's standards. In knowing that safety in the ocean can never be fully guaranteed, the people of Randwick deserve for their leaders to say that only the highest standards are acceptable, and that when we know better, we move with the times to reflect that improved understanding, especially when it comes to human safety. We wouldn't allow nearly 100-year-old antiquated safety standards in any other facet of our lives, so why on earth would beach safety be the exception? I'm asking for you to vote for public safety and to vote no for shark nets. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Veitch.
Thank you very much. Are you aware, like, obviously shark nets have been common on some particularly urban Sydney beaches, but are they, and other parts of New South Wales, but are they commonly used in other states or even overseas?
No, the only other place in the world that uses shark nets is in Queensland, and that's at only 27 beaches. They've actually been wound back in other parts of the world, like New Zealand and Dunedin used to use shark nets of a similar size and shape. They got rid of theirs about 12 years ago due to the not catching any target sharks and the fact that they weren't improving beach safety. So they actually removed their nets in 2011, didn't put anything else in the water, and they haven't had any shark interactions since they've removed those nets.
Councillor Veitch.
And, sorry, if I may have a follow-up question, but any other countries?
With shark nets, no. There's one other country that kills sharks, La Reunion off of South Africa and South Africa. But again, shark culling historically, we've seen from cases, decades of culling across the world, that it doesn't actually reduce the risk of a shark bite occurring. And that's with also much higher catch numbers than the numbers present in this catch and kill program with these nets.
Thank you.
Just one tiny... So we are literally pretty much almost the last state or place anywhere in the world that's still using this outdated technology.
That's correct. It's the world's longest culling program.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
Thanks very much for your address and the research that you do in this important area. Could you tell me and the gallery how many months per year are the nets currently in place?
Only 8. Actually, it's just been reduced to 7. They've just shortened the season. So these nets come out every year. They've been removing them every year for 40 years, for about 4 to 5 months every year. And there's no corresponding increase in human-shark interactions during that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Wellington.
Thank you very much for your work and for your address. I note on the Shark app that from time to time the nets are in fact removed during the summer season when the weather is rough. I imagine when the weather is rough, that's a good time to go surfing. So at peak surfing times, the nets are removed and there haven't been any attacks. Would that be right?
That is correct. Again, the empirical evidence is that these nets are doing absolutely nothing to improve beacher safety. So their removal that we've seen in case, and even though 3 years early on in the program back in the 40s where the nets were completely removed for 3 years and no bites happened during that time either, that's not a really known fact. So the fact is, as you said, they do get removed in rough weather. They do lose the entire nets at times that become ghost gear. So they do remove them during rough weather, and yeah, that's when most people, well, not most people, but you get some pretty gnarly surfing conditions during those times.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers or questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much.
CC 2/25 Sandgate Cottage, Belmore Road, Randwick. Speaking against Mr. Mark England.
Councillors, council staff and gallery attendees, thank you for the opportunity to present an alternative approach to the management of Sandgate Cottage. And I too would like to pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging on whose land we meet. My name is Mark England. I'm president of the Randwick Arts Society. Our society has 100 members, local artists who contribute to the well-being and the economy of Randwick City through their creative endeavours. Sandgate Cottage, like the Randwick Ritz Cinema, is in a prime position to generate community involvement. And here we have a picture of Sandgate for just to refresh our memories. Engagement in the arts and other cultural and community activities. The cottage, unlike Blenheim House and other gallery venues in Randwick, sits on a major thoroughfare for people from the hospital, university, light rail, buses and cars going to and from the nearby shops. It is a thoroughfare like this that presents a wonderful opportunity to show art and similarly engage the community. Now, Simeon Pearce built Sandgate Cottage, and the cottage served to house World War I veterans under the auspices of the Red Cross. It was saved from destruction through efforts of the Historic Society and gifted to council with the development of Coles. This cottage has state heritage significance. Such significance is reinforced by the facing mural of famous Randwick elders, and we can move that along. Here we have an image of that, which is an entree into the artistic merits of this location. A mural that by its very nature invites artists to display and sell their creations through the cottage. I would suggest that the provision of art exhibitions by various artists and art groups such as the Randwick Arts Society, in addition to other cultural and creative activities, is a neat fit with the cottage and its surrounds. This could be arranged with an agreed return to council of, say, 10% of the value of sales. Before the Ritz became the vibrant cultural centre it is today, the spot was quite dead. I well remember a tumbleweed blowing lazily down the street because there was no traffic. Similarly, Sandgate Cottage is a completely dead part of Randwick, with Belmore Road lacking a culturally vibrant centre to attract people in their leisure time. So on behalf of the Randwick Arts Society, I request that access be given to this location to hold occasional art and craft exhibitions, and the broader use of the cottage for cultural and other art endeavours, including, for example, musical endeavours, be strongly considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions of the Speaker, thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
We now move to the next item, NM 22/25, Notice of Motion from Councillor De Souza, investigating ways to improve work opportunities for people with disability in council. Speaking for Marie and Santina Tesoria. While it is not, I think, of the Speaker. Yeah. Look, while it is not, just to be clear, it is not the procedure of council in order to allow it. I will, with the indulgence, so long as there is no objection of councillors, which I don't believe there is, if you could record the Speaker, that would be fantastic. Not a worry.
Good evening. My name is Kim Marie. I'm excited to be here with my mum to talk about making more jobs and open employment for people with disabilities. Our community better. I have great memories volunteering and giving back, but finding a job is much harder. We can do it. We are awesome. We have so much to offer. Thank you. My mum was speaking it.
Thank you, Marie. Hi, everyone. We would like to thank Councillor Noel De Souza for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to share our ideas on how to improve the lives of people with disabilities. First, I want to highlight an important fact. People with disabilities are incredibly diverse. They bring unique skills, perspectives, and talents that can make our workplace stronger and more innovative. However, they often face barriers to accessing open employment, barriers that are not about their abilities, but about the lack of understanding, accessibility and inclusion. Here are some steps our council and local businesses can take to create meaningful change. First, number one, raise awareness and challenge assumptions. Employers need training to understand the value that people with disabilities bring to the workforce. This includes challenging outdated stereotypes and focusing on their abilities, not just their disabilities. 2, improve accessibility. Workplaces should be designed to include everybody. This means making physical spaces accessible and ensuring technology and communication methods work for all employees. 3, flexible work arrangements. Many people with disabilities thrive when workplaces offer flexible hours, work from home options, or modify tasks that suit individual needs. Flexibility allows them to contribute in ways that work best for both the employer and the employee. 4, support inclusive hiring practice. Programs that support job placement training and mentoring for people with disabilities can make a big difference. Employers should be encouraged to participate in these initiatives, and our local council can lead the way by partnering with businesses that specialise in inclusive employment. 5, celebrate success stories. Highlighting the achievements of employees with disabilities helps to inspire others and prove what is possible when inclusion is prioritised. Sharing these stories in local media or at community events can change attitudes and inspire action. When workplaces embrace inclusion, they not only support people with disabilities, they enrich the entire community. Everyone benefits when they feel valued, seen and given a fair chance to succeed. In conclusion, we urge our council to take a leadership role in promoting inclusive open employment. By working together with businesses, schools and community groups, we can build a community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for listening to our ideas. We look forward to working with you to create a brighter, more inclusive future for all. On a personal note, when Marie was little and it became clear to her professor that she had a disability, we were given 3 options: to institutionalise her, to put her up for adoption, or to raise her at home. Without a second thought, we chose to keep Marie with us, to nurture her and love her, and most importantly, to include her fully in our lives and our community. Our goal was always for her to live life to the fullest. As you can see, Marie thrives in our community. She is deeply passionate about giving back through her volunteer work and donations, including supporting the Sydney Children's Hospital, organising and leading a 12-kilometre walk for Parkinson's, and also doing the same 12-kilometre walk for Northcott, weekly volunteering for Meals on Wheels, and completing the 14-kilometre City to Serve 2 years in a row to raise funds for the Children's Hospital. She has been appointed as one of the ambassadors for the Children's Hospital, and she constantly advocates and networks. Marie's commitment to volunteering has been entirely her own desire since she was young, and she continues to inspire others to do good. Her volunteering work is on top of her daily work, which is in assisted employment. There is much more understanding of disability now compared to when Marie was younger, but there is still a long way to go. With the right support, love and nurture, Marie has been able to reach levels way beyond our imagination. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Councillors, I take that there are no questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. We now move on to NM3/25, Notice of Motion from Councillors Said and Councillor Burst, parking of various types of vehicles on the Anzac Parade median. Speaking against, Mr. Peter Fagan.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you, Mayor Parker and councillors. Councillors, for some years, council has been under pressure from the local precinct and residents to resolve residents' concerns about unauthorised parking of caravans and other recreational vehicles in the wide sections of the Anzac Parade median strip south of Beecham Road. In 2024, council responded with Director of City Services Report CS50. It proposed council install an arras rail fence along Anzac Parade median strip in the various locations identified. All areas inside the arras rail fence will remain functioning open space for the community. A parking allowance will be included to accommodate cars, not boats or caravans. Councillor, this sounded like a commitment from council to resolve the issue. Now we have councillors Said and Burst, by means of motion NM3, attempting to prevent resolution. They want council to construct 2 greenfield car parks on the Anzac Parade median, one of 60 spaces near Budd Avenue, another of 24 spaces near Bilger Crescent. These car parks will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to construct and thousands each year to maintain. What is the background to this? Councillor Said and Burst claim that the vehicles to be accommodated belong to residents who live near the proposed sites. Councillor Burst told me 90% local. Councillor Said claims 80%. Responding to complaints from these residents, councillors Said and Burst want all Randwick City ratepayers to pay to accommodate the recreational vehicles of a small group of local residents. Councillors, you know, we all know that council is obliged to spend our rates equitably. This means that council cannot build car parks on public land for the private benefit of small groups of local residents. Council building these car parks would be rank favouritism. Favouritism that would destroy the harmony of our community, and I have to say it, open the door to corruption. I believe I speak for a majority of residents in South Ward who will not accept such a use of their rates.
So, Mr. Fagan, there was one comment in relation to that with a word beginning with C. I might politely ask that you withdraw that comment if possible.
Which comment?
Yeah. I politely ask that you withdraw that particular
I
point.
wasn't suggesting there was corruption. What I said, Mayor Parker, was that such activity would open the door to corruption.
Thank you. I'd still strongly encourage you to withdraw it if possible.
Okay. All right, I'll withdraw that.
Thank you very much.
Let's just say favouritism that would destroy the harmony of our community. The proposal would also inevitably lead to destruction of the open space of the Anzac Parade median strip. This is because the precedent, once set, would mean that council cannot build new car parks only at Bud Avenue and Bilger Crescent. How could council refuse future requests for similar car parks at other viable sites along Anzac Parade? And there are several such sites, north of Austral Street, from Austral Street to Mitchell Street, and near Forest Street opposite the Long Bay Prison. Councillors, if you agree to build at ratepayers' expense recreational vehicle car parks for one small group of residents, you will inevitably find yourself obliged to do the same thing for other groups of residents. Councillors, please do not start down this path. Recognising that there is a problem with the parking of recreational vehicles, what is the solution? I believe that council can identify and establish sites on public and private roadways, on undeveloped land and in car parks where parking would be acceptable. As well as establishing these sites, council would need to institute a paid permit scheme, enabling the sites to operate on a cost recovery basis. Councillors, I urge you to reject motion NM3.
1 minute extension.
Instead, I urge you to support the progress of the Director City Services report through Transport for New South Wales for review and subsequently through community consultation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Okay, there being no questions, thank you very much, Mr. Fagan. Thank you. We now move to NM4/25, notice of motion from Councillor Wilson, 128 Mount Street, Coogee, speaking for. Mr. Patrick Cunningham.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I speak in support of NM425, the motion of Councillor Wilson, but also look to dovetail in support to NM1325, the motion of Councillor Agari. Both are councillors of East Ward. The Coogee is fortunate to have both councillors responding to community concerns raised at our precinct meeting, acting to support an investigation of 128 Mount Street for heritage status. The 128 Mount Street formed part of the Mount Byron estate, subdivided for sale in 1912. Ariadne, as the property is called, was the first home built on the allotment in 1919 by Constantine Soulos. Constantine Soulos began construction in 1919 with the council note in April stating, "Foundations are well on. A good job so far." That's the only note in their council minutes. The building application to council indicates that the architects were Robinson and Marks. These architects are listed in the Dictionary of Sydney as being the architects for the Bondi Pavilion in 1928, which is still standing, as we know, the Bank of New South Wales building in 1927, which again is still standing, and buildings associated with the grandstands and others at various times at Randwick Racecourse. There were 4 Soulos brothers who set up residence in the Randwick area. They were Peter, who constructed the heritage home at number 41 Dudley Street, Krista, who passed away in Randwick in 1941, William, who passed away in Kingsford in 1937. If I could ask, in the photo on the screen, it's quite possible that this photo shows all 4 of the brothers at 128 Mount Street. The book Greek Cafes and Milk Bars of Australia refers to the Arcadian influence, as the Soulos family came from Arcadia in Greece. It states that Peter and Constantine Soulos incorporated the American idea of soda fountains in the shops, and by the mid-1910s had established 5 shops in Sydney, with Constantine also operating a shop in Bathurst. 128 Mount Street was named Ariadne after his sister-in-law, who passed away in Katoomba in 1919 at the age of, we think, about 29, and possibly from the Spanish influenza flu. The house has passed through the family for 105 years. Firstly to Constantine's wife Emily, then to her brother Tom, then to Eleonora, who was the daughter of the woman after whom the house was named, Ariadne. From there it passed to the children of Eleonora, Alex and George, with George Caritas passing in September last year. I believe that 128 meets heritage guidelines for the Council. Firstly, in historical significance. It maintains the continuity of a process of growth directly following the end of World War I. It's an expansive example of a successful entrepreneur, described by the real estate agents as a grand Coogee residence, with formal lounge, rounding features, lovely bay windows, floorboards, original LED lights on most windows and internal doors, high pattern ceilings and original tessellated tiles on veranda. It holds associated significance as the house has strong ties with the life of the Suloff family who were embedded in the Randwick community. It holds aesthetic significance in that it is still in original condition with stained glass windows, timber aged Washington palms at front.
Thank you. 1 minute extension.
Thank you, Mayor. And what we believe in the garden at the back is an olive tree that may have been planted when first constructed. I wish to conclude that these motions are in support by a large number of the community, with an associated petition had over 200 signatures, which was only conducted over a few days once we knew it was going up for sale. As I say, the building has resonance to the community. It represents a continuity of period of the growth after World War I, and it's entirely intact. George, the last resident, was a bit of a recluse, never changed anything in the house, and it does have character for those in the community. One thing about Constantine that I found in the Ancestry.com was that during World War II, the outbreak of World War II, he took off back to Greece, and the quote is, to fight Germans and Italians, and then returning in 1948.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Mr Hay.
Mr Cunningham, do you have evidence that this property is being harmed or likely to be harmed?
Our concern comes from past history where the real estate agents, in advertising the property for sale, also emphasised the size of the block and that it would be suitable, STCA, for redevelopment. And in that regard, we've seen, well, I've certainly seen over many years, where it was developers who bid for the property to demolish. And then if the property hasn't been investigated for heritage listing or has heritage listing, they immediately, similar to number 48 Dudley Street, which is a 1919 building of the first pharmacist of Randwick, overnight, mysterious people go in and put iron bars through the stained glass windows, rip up the floor, tear down the ceilings. These things happen on a regular basis in my history of those that were sought to be investigated for heritage status.
Sorry, Mr. Hay, if I could clarify. So this is that I'm asking that question as a legal test. So there has some speculation that may happen, but you don't have any specific evidence for this specific property that it is currently under threat?
The probability, given all others in this area of this nature, is that it would be likely outcome for it to be at risk of demolition. Likely is the term in the interim heritage order legislation, and likely I take to be, as per the cases that have been quoted in the Land and Environment Court, that of a real chance or possibility. And I think that anyone who would know the houses and the history of the houses in Uji would know that this is a likely outcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the Speaker? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Morris. Mr. Mayor, law was brought into this. I must remind those with legal minds that there is a question, but let me please put context to it. Sorry, Morris, I can see that there are people here that don't want me to continue, but I'll ask you the question. Are you aware of the precautionary principle in environmental law?
I'm not,
Mr. Cunningham.
not of those
Mr.
particular
Mayor, could I
principles.
discuss it or bring it?
No, you asked him the question, he was responding.
Are you aware of that, Mr.
Not as such, only the steps in terms of an interim
So
heritage order.
precautionary principle says even though if you're afraid something is going to occur, you should take action against it.
Sorry.
So that's what you were trying to say.
Well, that's what I believe we're doing, yes.
You're aware or you're concerned something may happen, and that's why you are asking council to vote on the matter. Am I right?
Exactly, Councillor.
Thank you very much. That's all I wanted, clarity on a point, and to say in law that yes, you have protections in place. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillors.
We now move to NM 9/25, notice of motion from Councillor Wellington switching to all electric and domestic appliances, a partnership proposal with the federal government. Speaking for, Dr. Anthony Hull, Deputy Chair of the Doctors for the Environment, New South Wales branch.
Thanks very much, everybody. So I'm going to talk tonight about the health harms of indoor gas use. Firstly, cooking over flames, whether they come from wood, coal or gas in an indoor environment, always leads to pollution of the indoor environment. And this is an avoidable risk to health. It's also an occult health risk when it comes to gas use because you can't see the pollution. Next slide. So the health impacts of burning gas relate to the product of combustion. Nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, benzene, formaldehyde, PM2.5 and other small particles that get into your bloodstream. With regards to asthma, there's a 42% increased risk of a child living in a home that uses gas, of being diagnosed asthmatic and of having more severe asthma attacks. Also an increased risk of asthma and other respiratory conditions in adults who live in that home. Nitrogen oxides also are allergy sensitizers and they can lead to exaggerated responses to allergens that might otherwise be mild. Leukemias and lymphomas are caused by benzene. Benzene is a potent carcinogen which is released in concerning levels from the cooking of using gas in homes. Carbon monoxide poisoning can be extreme. It can result in death, and unfortunately it does. But at lower levels of exposure, it can cause very vague symptoms. And in the medical world, it's very, very profoundly underdiagnosed. It can cause dizziness, nausea, confusion and headaches. An elderly person could easily fall, for example, and fracture a hip because of this. That causation would very rarely be detected. The New England Journal of Medicine in 2020 released an editorial in one issue that said that gas appliances should be removed from the market because of these risks to health. Next slide. Just to talk about dollars for a moment, in 2015, asthma cost Australia $28 billion, and the healthcare sector that year, $1.2 billion, not to mention 400 deaths annually. This is a case study relating to motor vehicle pollution, and the reason I raised it is because this girl passed away from a respiratory arrest in the UK. This was the first time ever that a person in the UK had a cause of death listed as air pollution. Nitrogen oxides from tailpipes of cars are the same as those that are released from gas. The difference is that we monitor and regulate our outdoor air quality, but we don't do that indoors. As soon as you get home at the end of the day and walk inside, it's whistling in the dark with regards to what we're exposed to. Next slide. Carbon monoxide poisoning, unfortunately, this is an example I just wanted to iterate. These are two children who were found dead in their mother's bed a few years ago in Victoria after being poisoned by carbon monoxide due to a gas heater in the room. The heater was said to have been faulty, and the advice given by authorities was that everyone should improve the maintenance of their gas appliances. If you work for an aviation industry or perhaps in healthcare, I could also use an analogy. This would be an inadequate response to such a tragedy. The only way to prevent this happening again is to not allow gas heaters to be used in homes. Next slide. And then, of course, we're a bit more familiar in New South Wales over the last few years with gas explosions. Next slide. So, due to the 3 points here, duty of care in medicine and first doing no harm and the principle that prevention is always better than cure, so many health organisations are on board with promoting electrification and removal of gas exposure to the community, including the Royal Australian College of GPs, New South Wales AMA, and the Australian College of Emergency Medicine Physicians, amongst others. Next slide. I'll just skip this slide if I may. This is some anecdotes, but we'll go to the next slide. So I have no doubt that should this motion pass tonight amongst council, that it would see a community with far better health outcomes in the near and distant future. And these are 4 families that I've pictured here, all cooking over a stove. Just a couple of seconds.
Thank you. 1 minute extension.
Yep. As you can see, all happily cooking over stoves. Unfortunately, the families on the right-hand side cooking over gas are totally unwittingly exposing themselves and their children to a significant and medically proven health risk. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Doctor. I actually read some of your papers, very impressed. Doctor, with this gas, this benzene and all these other gases, now gases diffuse, and no matter how tight you close that valves, after a while they wear it there must be some leakage surely of gas.
Yeah, there's a leakage based on research from the United States. About 1% of your total methane consumption in a household is leaked. Most of that is leaked between cooking episodes, so most of it leaks just passively while you're sleeping or...
And when you're sleeping, you've turned it off under the pretext you think, I'm safe, everything's fine. That's not the case.
No, it still leaks. That's not the major health risk.
That means that asthma that you talked about, carcinogenic substances, they're all being released into the air and families are consuming that stuff.
Yeah, so those risks, most of the health risks are from the combustion product, so when you're actually cooking with it. The leakage of the methane does pose some degree of health risk in that there can be benzene in the unburnt methane and some other agents. It's not a pure gas. But burning of the gas is the primary thing that causes most of the damage.
It's a 24/7 enemy, isn't it really? Theoretically, when you're sleeping, it's attacking you. When you're cooking, it's attacking you. Really, it's
I'll remember that line, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't use gas in my house. I have 2 children. If you pay me $1 million, not that that's on the cards, but...
Thank you. Are there any further questions of the Speaker? There being no further questions, thank you very much. Councillor D'Souza, turn your microphone up. Thank you. NM 11/25, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, Harmony Week celebrations to include healing for the Jewish community, speaking for Natalie Knoll.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Parker, esteemed councillors and fellow members of the Randwick LGA community. My name is Natalie Knoll, a long-time Randwick resident and a proud and active member of the Australian Jewish community. I stand before you in support of Councillor Rosenfeld's motion for Harmony Week celebrations to include healing for the Jewish community. Recent months have seen a meteoric rise in anti-Jewish incidents across Australia, a 316% increase from 2023 to 2024, 795 reported incidents in New South Wales in that same period. That's more than a 400% increase. The numbers do not, of course, include the hateful incidents that occurred in the Randwick LGA in January and February of 2025, which you, Mayor Parker, so forcefully condemned. Thank you. These acts of hatred, whether they have manifested as graffiti and arson or verbal discrimination, are heinous and should never be tolerated by any community. They create fear, division, and distrust, and strike at the very fabric of this community, attacking values of diversity, tolerance, and inclusion that Randwick Council advocates so strongly for. These are values that every society should cherish and protect. As we reflect on the ideals of Harmony Week, it is crucial that we not only condemn these acts and acknowledge the pain they have caused, but that we work actively to step forward together as a united multicultural community and show solidarity with the Jewish community in Randwick. One way to foster healing and understanding is through the promotion of Jewish stories and culture. In sharing the rich history, traditions, and contributions of the Jewish community, we can dispel myths and stereotypes that fuel this ancient prejudice. Many of you already have connections to our Jewish community. We are family members, neighbours, colleagues, and customers. In the Central Ward, Ernie Friedlander, OAM, a Holocaust survivor and the founder of Moving Forward Together, an established charity with a strong focus on anti-racism and building an inclusive society, through campaigns such as the Harmony Day posters and songwriting competition, the Stop Racism Now campaign, and his latest endeavour, Stop the Hate Mate, a campaign that has recently been endorsed by Premier Chris Minns. In the North Ward lives Grant McCorkadale, a successful businessman who grew up in Scotland as a Protestant, immigrated to Australia, married an Australian Jewish woman, converted to Judaism, and now serves as president of Emmanuel Synagogue, the largest Jewish congregation in the Southern Hemisphere, with numerous multicultural, multi-faith outreach and bridge-building programs. His wife, the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, is an educator at the Sydney Jewish Museum, showing young and old and people of all faiths and backgrounds the devastating consequences of a world turning a blind eye to the horrors of the Holocaust, the antithesis of what a harmonious society should look like. In the East Ward lives the co-founder of Fashion Forward, a social enterprise that donates 100% of its proceeds to support the Jewish House Crisis Centre, a centre that provides accommodation, counselling and support workshops for domestic violence victims. More than 90% of the people whom Jewish House support are not Jewish. In West Ward live two young men, graduates of Emmanuel School and students at UNSW and UCID. Recently named in Forbes Australia's 30 under 30 list of young Australian innovators, their startup, Inner Steps, is developing a storytelling app using artificial intelligence to help build mental well-being in children aged 3 to 12. There are many more people whom I could tell you about who contribute to social cohesion and Randwick's rich cultural cross-section: healthcare workers, social workers, educators, business people, entrepreneurs, sportsmen and women.
Thank you. 1 minute extension.
Lawyers and human rights advocates, the cafe and business owners who are all part of the beating heart of the Randwick economy. None of these people have ever wanted to be singled out for being Jewish. They have only ever sought to contribute to a country that has welcomed them and their ancestors, giving them a fair go. Unfortunately, the intense vilification that has been directed at our community since October 7th has turned that welcome into hostility. We are what we do, not what we say. You all have a sliding doors moment now to stand with Councillor Rosenfeld and stand by the council motto, a sense of community, reflecting a commitment to diversity and mutual support, key to the community's success and strength. To put into place an initiative that actively advocates for healing and help, to create an environment where every individual, no matter their faith or culture, feels valued, respected, and safe to express their identity. You have an opportunity to highlight the importance of empathy and tolerance for all, to celebrate our differences, and to foster a community where everyone, including Jewish citizens, can thrive. This is the essence of Harmony Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? There being no questions. Oh, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Ms Knoll, for speaking. My question is, how important do you think Harmony Week is for all children in schools at the moment?
Speaking for myself, I have two children who have graduated from Emmanuel School down the road, and I have many friends who still have children at Emmanuel School, at Moriah School, which is just further down the road, and Mount Sinai, which is back that way. So schools that are in respective wards or close councils. These children are currently going to school behind extremely high walls, armed guards. Many of them will not wear insignia on their uniform or wear anything that identifies them as being Jewish. There have been incidents that have been marked off in a recent report by the Executive Council of Australian Jury that actually documents the verbal abuse, the physical abuse that many of these young students have actually experienced in the last year. So promoting and advocating Harmony Week that really does acknowledge the Jewish community and the hurt and the suffering, but also just acknowledging that we are part of the fabric of the broader Australian community is incredibly important for the mental and physical well-being of all the children within our community.
Thank you, that was wonderful.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much. We now move to NM14/25, Notice of Motion from Councillor Veach, Snake Park Environmental and Social Impacts Report. Speaking for Mr. John Francis.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors, General Manager, the Council officers and my fellow Randwick residents. My name is John Francis and I'm speaking on behalf of the local community with respect to the proposed development of Snake Park. I'd like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight, and in particular to Councillor Veach for her support and for the motion tonight. The community supports the motion for a further environmental and traffic study. I'd like to speak to that and also the wider development proposal. With respect to traffic, our streets are extremely busy and parking is already a major issue for us. Our drives are blocked regularly at weekends around the park, and there's been a significant increase in parked cars being hit, and we have increasing concerns regarding safety. The newer, higher density housing on Bunnerong Road has also significantly increased both traffic and parking. It's critical that any traffic survey also considers the rugby league season, which impacts the park. The community will lose the only shaded area of the park, mature trees, and this can only have a negative impact on the local wildlife, including 17 bird species sighted in the park. And this at a time when Randwick is receiving grants to plant trees as part of the Greening Our City initiative. I'd like to address the wider development proposal. There are three fundamental questions that should be answered, and in this particular order. Does the community need an indoor cricket facility? Has the proposal been tested against the broader community impact, and what are the alternatives? First, on the need for a facility, I would make the following key observations. Heffron is just 1 kilometre away and has just received significant investment to support rugby league training. A second centre is unnecessary. The cricket club has exclusive usage of the cricket oval, 4 outdoor grass nets and 3 artificial nets. The council has just paid for and installed floodlights to support evening training. And the club's own annual report notes that they only trained 7 times indoor last year. And most importantly, an indoor state-of-the-art cricket facility is just 10 minutes away at Moore Park and is available to hire for $77 per hour. On the second question on the broader community impact, there are just 83 playing members of the cricket club versus more than 140,000 people who live in Randwick. All the playing members are men. As a comparison of the cost of this proposal, it represents a very significant part of the total capex of Randwick Council for a very small number of beneficiaries. And there is no funding coming from the Inner West Council, which also goes to the lack of support to the club. And then the last question that considered whether any alternatives have been considered. Heffron is our community sporting centre with much better parking and road access. And using Heffron would also allow the facility to be used by a far wider set of groups. Alternatively, the site of the existing nets could be used for the facility. It feels somewhat indulgent to keep expanding the training facilities for just one club, whilst the wider public loses parkland. Hopefully, this provides a short summary of why the local community has significant concerns with this proposal and this facility. Too much is being spent on for too few. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to members of the public. Thank you. Look, there has been clapping throughout the public session. We have indulged it. We'll allow it in this instance, but a very polite reminder that that's not to occur. Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no question, Councillor Veach.
Thank you for coming in tonight. I guess I just wanted to ask, are the local residents there using that part of the park on a regular basis, and what sort of things do they use it for?
Yeah, so I would note, and I'm somewhat concerned, the proposal notes that the area of the park is underutilised. This is just not true, okay? So if I compare Saturday morning, I spent several hours at the park. There was kids' parties, there were kids climbing the trees, there were people undertaking fitness, and there were a very, very significant number of people walking their dogs. This is not an underutilised part of the park. It's the only shaded area of the park. It's next to the children's playground. And so to dismiss this as part of the park that's not being used is completely inaccurate.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Here is your reminder, there is not to be clapping in the chamber. Thank you. We now move to NM 18/25, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton to investigate angled parking on Bishops Avenue, Clovelly. Speaking for Mr. John Cross.
Mayor Parker, councillors, thank you for permitting us to speak to you on a notice of motion to request investigation of a collective residence proposal. And thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for your assistance. In January 2025, a significant group of residents of Bishops Avenue, Randwick, where I live, signed a submission in relation to a proposed electric vehicle charging stations in our street. We supported their proposal, but the loss of the 2 car spaces involved highlighted a long-standing and a very painful problem for many of us residents of our street that has been getting significantly worse for the last 3 years. We don't think it's an exaggeration to say that we have a car parking crisis in our street. Bishops Avenue, at least our half of it, is very close to Clovelly Road and the commercial precinct there. Bishops Avenue currently has a grossly inadequate number of car parking spaces for the number of residents, and parking in the street has been at a crisis point for some time. This deficiency has been exacerbated by shopkeepers, shoppers, patrons' demand for parking in our street in increasing numbers and for increasingly extended hours of each day. It is very common that a street resident cannot park in the street at all, or if they can, they must park up to hundreds of metres away from their homes on any given day of the week. Who is parking in Bishops Avenue? Bishops Avenue has many houses and apartment buildings that do not have off-street parking, or where the off-street parking does not match the numbers of residents. Of those apartment buildings, all were built more than 40 years ago, and though some have limited off-street parking, it is often inadequately accessible for the number of residents residing there, and there is often more than 1 car per household or off-street parking space. The situation's made worse by even freestanding houses with off-street parking using street parking to accommodate extra cars owned by members of the households, including driving-age children with their own cars still living at home. Another situation is increasingly contributing. The Clovelly Road Village between Bishops Avenue and Brook Street has become a thriving hub for cafes, bars, a laundry, a estate agency, doggy daycare, dentists, body care businesses. And this is something that we value and enjoy. However, as this development has occurred, there has been no extra provision in the area for parking to accommodate the increasing number of shopkeepers, workers, shop patrons, and delivery vehicles. We consistently observe that a significant number of these people use our street for parking, taking many car parking spaces away from residents of the street, sometimes for a short period, while the person might be, say, getting a takeaway, or for long periods of time into the evening, as several of the businesses have now increased their size and extended their trading hours. Furthermore, the large number of shoppers, etc., entering into our two-way street, using the opening of the street onto Clovelly Road to make U-turns, and so it's causing fairly frequent traffic chaos and a dangerous situation for children and adults. We propose the following solution: increase the car parking, make the street one way, make one side of the street angle parking.
1 minute extension.
The council should change the section of Bishops Avenue to one-way traffic, exiting onto Clovelly Road, and should change parking to parallel parking on one side of the street and rear to curb on the other, increasing the additional number of car spaces by, we believe, about 10. And that's the summary of our the residents' reasons for seeking investigation of our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Hamilton, your question.
Yes, thank you, John. Can I just say, I think John deserves a round of applause because everybody else did as well. So it's not normal, but it happened. But thank you very much for presenting your argument to the councillors here. And my question is, do you know how many EV charging stations that were proposed in the communication coming out to residents?
2 are proposed, which means the loss of two car parking spaces in a street where we're under extreme pressure to be able to park at any time.
Okay.
But that's not really the point. The point is to increase the number of car parking spaces, and we believe we have the solution.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, councillors, as the public component of the meeting has gone for a considerable amount of time, I might propose a 5-minute break to the bathroom. For those who are waiting for particular items, we will follow down the agenda in the order that it appears on the paper, commencing with the mayoral minutes. But we will take a 5-minute break and then return at 8:30 p.m.
depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together to praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm.
Thank you, councillors. I reopen the ordinary February council meeting of the 25th of February at 8:40 p.m. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. We now move down the business paper, beginning with mayoral minutes, beginning with MM1/25, financial assistance and donations. I take the mayoral minute as read. Oh, some would like to leave? Just 1 second. Okay, thank you, councillors. I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors can now return. Look, I'll continue. MM2/25. We now move to MM2/25, Randwick City Tourism Commemorative Seating. I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM3/25, via Dr. William Victor Sims, Dr. Vic Sims. Do I have any speakers? I have a hand up from Councillor De Souza and then Councillor De Souza. Councillor De Souza and Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My friend, Dr. William Victor Sims, was affectionately called Bunno, or well, we used to actually call him Weet-Bix. And he was a good and decent man who was one of the original freedom riders who accompanied Charlie Perkins through country New South Wales. Uncle Vic and the Freedom Riders were a group of 20 University of Sydney students inspired by the freedom rides of the United States in 1961. These gentlemen took a bus trip through New South Wales country towns to shine a light on race relations and the living conditions of Aboriginal people. The Freedom Ride was born out of the passion for justice of University of Sydney students and became a critical part of the awakening of this nation. It's this nation's conscience on Aboriginal affairs. Uncle Vic told me it was pretty tense times because of the level of racism in our region, he said. When I was a kid, it was pretty scary. Actually, in a way, I felt naive. I couldn't understand how. I was sitting in a classroom with kids, but then not being able to swim in the same pool as them. The Freedom Ride was positive in that it opposed those sorts of discriminatory practices at a local level. But I think change has been gradual in our society at large. Although many still believe there is a long way to go in addressing some of the social inequalities, the Freedom Ride aimed to highlight it, is largely acknowledged as something that paved the way for such social change. Uncle Vic was born in the La Perouse Mission in Sydney in 1946. He was a fiercely proud Bidjigal man. He discovered his love of music at a young age when he was 10 years old. He was actually singing at the Maroubra Rugby League Club and was discovered by Kevin Jacobson. We all know that name. He had a quintet. Anyway, he approached Uncle Vic, talked to the family, and Uncle Vic was on the stage, as we say. In the late 1960s, Vic's life took a turn. He found himself in Bathurst jail. But his love of music continued to be a vital force in his life. As well as singing, he learned guitar and started writing songs about his experience and those of his fellow inmates. This led to the prison authorities providing him with the use of a tape recorder. When Uncle Vic spoke, like his sister Barbara, who spoke earlier, his stories were funny, insightful, hugely entertaining, and extremely moving. He gave so graciously and wholeheartedly of his time and his talent. And it was a privilege to have known him and experienced such warmth and generosity. Uncle Vic, Bunno, Whitbex, rest in peace, and thank you for the memories. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Souza. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I too would like to rise to offer my really sincere and heartfelt condolences to all of Uncle Vic's family, extended family. I was fortunate to get to know him really in just recent years, but he was such a fixture in our community, and we're just so lucky to have someone of that kind of musical stature who just continued to perform really up until the end of his life. And so a number of the councillors here would have seen him at the Culture on Country, and there really wasn't, even though it was outdoors, there really wasn't a dry eye in the house. It was an amazing and really moving performance, and I know he was extremely grateful to council for holding this event and for continuing to be invited to perform despite his very precarious health. And he really held it together. There was one moment where he sort of forgot a few of the lines, and then as the concert went on, he just was right there performing. Really, it was only a week or two before he was hospitalised and then very sadly passed away. So we were really blessed to be able to see him up there at Culture on Country, and he was often performing down at Yarra. He had some pretty scary health scares. I think a few of us might have been there. Maybe Councillor Sid was there that day. I don't know, where he didn't come back because he had to get whisked off in an ambulance. But so nothing would. He was pretty unstoppable. And he would often actually, there was a number of times where he came to perform at the Burngate Gallery, where I worked as well for the launch of the Songbird CD programs, and they were really special as well. And, you know, we always get these wonderful speakers such as Auntie Barbara and Auntie Maxine, Auntie Lola and so on, who come up to perform a Welcome to Country, and he would do that as well, and he would always really speak at length. That's probably where I saw him do the Welcome to Country the most, at the Burngate Gallery, where he would speak at length about so many different issues, including some of the things that Councillor D'Souza touched on in terms of reconciliation and music and many things like that. He would often speak up at UNSW, and I know he was very involved in all sorts of activities at UNSW, and they conferred on him an honorary doctorate last year, which was attended by many, many members of his extended family. I was very lucky to be able to go to that. Again, really moving. So, he was one of 10 children, one of five brothers, and he had 5 sisters as well. So, many of his grandchildren and extended family were there at the funeral, and he had an amazing send-off. So, I'm really pleased. I'm very, obviously, very much behind supporting this Merrill Minute. Thank you for putting it up, and I hope we can, as per the part of your Merrill Minute, really meet with the family and find a great way to honour him. Maybe we could have a concert in honour or something like that. I don't know. So, I commend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to MM4/25, in-street planting. Councillors, I take the Merrill Minute as read. Are there any speakers? Councillor Burst.
Just a quick question through the relevant officer. We have a street tree master plan, so why would we need to burden our staff with more costs and additional resources to write another report?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, the motion, as I read it, seeks to include design guidelines rather than a specific street tree master plan that's appended to our urban design guidelines, which informs our landscape designs of our town centres and projects and the like. So it's really just what I can see in the motion, some specifications for any projects that may come up in the future to have a consistent design guideline.
Just another question, wouldn't those guidelines and designs already exist in the street tree master plan? Wouldn't there have to be a sort of pretty dedicated plan with guidelines, with how far away from a verge or how far from here, how far from there? So it sort of just seems it's like we're wasting time. But
through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Birch, you are correct in the fact that there will be correlations between the two documents, and it is imperative that the documents talk to one another. The design guidelines are rather more detailed in the fact that they will talk to different planting and urban planting species. The street tree master plan will, in its own right, identify species of trees and specifications as well. The urban guidelines is more of a town planning or town planning design document.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. We now move to the... sorry, councillors, is there any urgent business? Oh, sorry, my apologies, I've got supplementary ones before I do that. We now move to the supplementary business paper, MM5/25, Vale Eric de Hart. I take the Merrill Minute as read. Councillor Asghari, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add that in loving memory of Eric de Hart, a prayer service will be held tomorrow, Wednesday, 26th, at Our Lady of Sacred Heart Catholic Church on 193 Avoca Street, Randwick, at 10 a.m. I hope to see as many as you there tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to the next mayoral minute, MM6/25, South Coogee Public School, request for the donation of plants. I'll take the mayoral minute as read. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. I apologise. Should have called for speakers. Okay. Thank you, councillors. I'll now return to that other section later in the other one. Councillors, now, is there any urgent business? Okay, there being no urgent business. Yes? Yep. No, no, I will come back to that. And let me just check the next one as well. That's a question, I believe. Yep. Okay, councillors, I'll now run down the agenda in the business paper. Could you please yell out if you are challenging an item? We begin with GM1/25, Randwick Council Coordinator response to Eastern Suburbs anti-Semitic attacks challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. Okay, I heard Councillor Rosenfeld and said Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld did challenge it. Thank you. CP1/25. Did you just say don't push your luck? All good, all good. CP1/25, challenged by Councillor D'Souza. CP2/25, equitable briefing policy on legal matters. Unchallenged. CP3/25, variations to development standards under clause 4.6, 1 November 24 to 31 January. Unchallenged. CP4/25, report from Fire and Rescue New South Wales. Unchallenged. Okay, a record of voting is required in relation to the next one. Challenged by Councillor Hayes, CP5. CS1/25, Market Street angle parking. Unchallenged. CS2/25, challenged by Councillor Wellington. CS3/25, Cycleways and Business Bicycle Facilities Advisory Committee. Unchallenged. CS4/25, 6/52 Beach Street, Coogee Hills Weeping Fig tree removal. Challenged by Councillor Veach. CC1/25, a cultural vision and public art plan for Randwick. Challenge. I saw Councillor Hay first. Councillors, if you want me to call out, you've got to yell out. It's Councillor Hay. CC2/25, Sandgate Cottage, Belmore Road, Randwick. Challenged by Councillor Veach. CC3/25, options for the allocation of budget for free usage of Randwick venues for arts and culture. Challenged by Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach, could you please sing out? Just struggling to hear. We now move to CC5/25, 110 years of the Anzac Day and centenary of High Cross Park, which is in supplementary paper. Challenged by Councillor Hamilton. CO1/25, initial disclosure of interest returns as at 1 October 24. Unchallenged. Okay. Yeah, no, so we do actually need to have it challenged? No? Okay, yep, no, that's all right. Just for the benefit of the meeting, when we move the unchallenged items, I am tabling the following register of initial disclosures or pecuniary interest. Actually, the mover will be tabling it, but here it is. CO2/25, council submission to the new model code of meeting practice. Unchallenged. CO3/25, 2025 National General Assembly of the Local Government. Unchallenged. CO4/25, quarterly budget review, December 2024. Unchallenged. CO5/25, quarterly budget and progress report. Unchallenged. CO6/25, monthly financial report for 30 November 24. CO7/25, monthly investment report. CO8/25, monthly investment report. CO9/25. Yep, okay, Councillor Burst. Just for the benefit of those listening online, it's CO9/25, which has been challenged by Burst. And CO10/25, challenged by Councillor Wellington. Okay, can I please have a mover of the unchallenged items? Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Martin. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We're just tabling that document. Thank you. We now move to the first challenged item, which is challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
Okay. I'm the grandson of Holocaust survivors. I grew up hearing horror stories about anti-Semitism in Europe and how my grandparents decided to migrate to Australia as we are far away and removed from this hatred. They built new lives in the tolerant country of Australia. If my grandparents were still alive, they would be horrified at the anti-Semitism on display here currently. When I see this anti-Semitic graffiti of F the Jews, as well as attempted burning of the childcare centre next to Maruba Synagogue and Jewish Primary School, I can't believe what was common in Europe in the 30s and 40s is now happening in Australia. It has become so bad that a synagogue in Melbourne was burnt down, amongst a lot of other anti-Semitic attacks that we've had in Australia. I fully support the swift action on the council resolution from the November meeting, and the Jewish community certainly appreciates it. I believe this will make the community feel much safer. I also thank and commend Waverley Mayor Will Nemesh for not only doing a similar mayoral minute in their October meeting, but also for organising the Mayor Roundtable in response to this rise in anti-Semitic attacks. It is important that we keep speaking up and also not tolerate anti-Semitism in any form, whether it be from MPs, councillors, or from members of the public.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton as the seconder.
I just want to echo the sentiments of Councillor Rosenfeld in acknowledging Mayor Will Nemesh for the work that he's doing in Waverley. The council in Waverley acted swiftly to shut down some really hateful behaviour by the councillor there, and I thought that that was really commendable of them to show a strong leadership in the community to try and do what they could to shut down the kind of behaviour that we've been seeing from people who are supposedly leaders in the community as well, that by their own actions, by their persistent
point of order.
Look, I will hear the point of order, and could you please outline where in the Code of Meeting Practice as well?
The councillor needs to actually address the body of the motion, which is not about the council actions to address the graffiti and other incidents of anti-Semitism.
Okay. What I will suggest is on the particular point of order, I will take it that Councillor Hamilton was taking a broad view of this particular report, and will of course speak to the substance and intended to do so in due course. So I rule that there is no point of order. Councillor Hamilton, please continue.
Thank you. And just in closing, the point that I was making was that we have all opportunities, every single one of us, opportunities to stand up for the people in our community. And this report is doing exactly that. And every single person in this room and across all local governments in our immediate area have been impacted by the behaviours of people who I believe is extremely un-Australian. And so I'm commending this. And as I said, I'm in support fully of Councillor Rosenfeld's words and actions. Himself, he's done as much as he possibly can for his community, and he should be commended.
Thank you. Councillor Magn.
Thank you, Mayor, fellow councillors. I support the work that Councillor Rosenfeld has done, but I also want to give emphasis to the great work that the council officers have done, and particularly to the leadership that you've provided to our community, Mayor Parker, to the General Manager for the work that you've done behind the scenes, and more importantly to the frontline council staff who are the ones that are responding and cleaning up the graffiti in our streets, that are responding to the incidents in our community that the overwhelming majority of our community utterly condemn, as all of us I know in this chamber do and will continue to, and it's important that we send a very strong signal, as you have repeatedly, Mr. Mayor, and each and every one of us have in this chamber very sensitively and repeatedly. It's unfortunate that we need to emphasise this. We had the ASIO Chief, Mike Burgess, just last week give his national security assessment, where he's anticipating that we can expect anti-Semitic attacks will increase over the coming year. So it's very important that all levels of government, including state, federal and local, combine in our efforts with civil society to do our part in eliminating all forms of hatred, including anti-Semitism, from our community. And I commend you for your work, commend the council for their work, and commend the motion to the council.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, anti-Semitism is unacceptable. Bigotry, racism, all those prejudice, all those things don't build a sense of community. If anything, they erode away our sense of community, our sense of doing what is right. Decency is built. Morality, these ideas are built by people who know the difference between right and wrong. People who know the difference between good and bad. People that are led by their conscience rather than their ideological beliefs, and misled by people who say, this is the way you've got to do things, this is the way you've got to change things. Mr. Mayor, General Manager Ray Brownlee, it's so important, and I thank you for what you've done. These are small amounts of money when you take into consideration the exponential effect it'll give. Natalie spoke today. It's terrible that you can't be proud of your faith. Imagine those of us that are of a different faith. Imagine if I couldn't wear my cross, or I couldn't make the sign of the cross, or I had to hide my faith and my beliefs because others felt intimidated. Well, that would be unacceptable. This is a small group of people, but what a grand contribution they've made to the history of Australia. We've had Governor Generals, Sir John Monash, one of our great leaders, was of the Jewish faith. He was the soldier that led our troops in World War I. Sir Zelman Cohen, one of the great judges. I can go on and on and on. But the Jewish people don't ask for accolades. All they ask is for protection. All they're asking for is an opportunity to practice their faith in a safe environment, in a safe country, a country that has always supported multiculturalism. This is one of the great countries in the world where multiculturalism has not only survived but thrived. The Jewish people came here after World War II when they didn't really have a homeland. Yes, one was created in 1948. The Balfour Declaration, I think, is what created the State of Israel. But in 1945, there was nowhere to go. Many of them had nothing, but they came here, especially the Hungarian Jews. We all know about people like Mr. Lowy, my friend Jerry Schwartz. There were many, many. Harry Triggerboff. All of these, they used to call them the Hungarian Mafia, if I remember their nickname. But the point I'm making, and I'm going to make it...
Point of order. I find that offensive, that comment.
It wasn't meant to be offensive. I was talking about the nickname they gave. But if you find it offensive, I'll take it back. Yeah, it was. Look.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Please
Mr.
proceed.
Mayor, I'm not here to offend anyone. I'm here. Otherwise, I'm defeating the purpose of what I say. I'm here to bring people together. And what you have done, and the General Manager have done, is protecting a group that feels very victimised, that feels very threatened, and that really is saying to you, like Oliver Twist said to the Burgomaster, please, sir, I want some more. And in this case, it's more protection. and thank you for doing that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Burst.
I would just like to commend Councillor Rosenfeld on his motion that has brought this report back. It's showing true leadership, and it's great to see you supporting the community. And we support the Jewish community as well, and are with you. We need to stamp it out. We should take a no tolerance approach on this. Any sort of anti-Semitism is unacceptable at any level, whether it's at council level, whether it's at state level, whether it's at federal level. And we need true leadership. We haven't seen a lot of that, and it's time that we see that, and hopefully we'll see that soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, with the indulgence of the meeting, I'd just like to make some very brief thank yous to council staff who in the recess were greatly supportive in relation to this, particularly providing a significant amount of out-of-hours work. Of course, I'd like to recognise the contribution of the General Manager in relation to this, but all staff who in some way, shape or form have contributed to that. Directly working with me, particularly within the communications team, Matt Phillips had quite an introduction to council in his substantive role, and I'm very thankful for his assistance in relation to that. But to all staff, a huge and a heartfelt thank you on behalf of myself personally, and with that I commend this report. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Rosenfeld, would you like to close the debate?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare. He moved it. Yep. All those in favour, declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CP1/25, recycling of used textile, clothes and textiles, challenged by Councillor D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza, moving as per the business paper?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Veach. Councillor D'Souza.
No, I think it's all covered. When I spoke on the matter, I said we can do better. There was some resistance from a couple of councillors who kept saying, oh, we're going over the same territory, etc. But anyway, I've been proven to be right. We can do things better, and this amount of money is going to make a big difference. So thank you. And the ones that are going to benefit are who we really want to help. Those most needy in our community, those most vulnerable, and those who want a second chance. So thank you. And more importantly, and I think that's what Councillor Veach, I'm sure, supported me, besides other reason, who's going to benefit is our children, because the environment will be protected, because this won't be going into the tip. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Veach is the seconder of the motion. Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the motion? There being no further Councillor Hamilton.
Look, I think that it's unfortunate that, yes, we have brought back, we've recycled a motion, brought it back, made staff do more work, because obviously we didn't care about the work that they did the first time that they addressed this motion. And now we're allocating $15,000 from the domestic waste charges, and I think that that's something that's quite unfortunate, given that we've just made permanent the environmental levy, and ratepayers are already questioning where every single dollar is going. So another $15,000 to take out the domestic waste charges for something that's being covered by Block Text, Apparel, Vinnie's, Diva Charity, Homeless Not Nameless, and Thread Together. So all these organisations that already do this fantastic work, and we're saying they're not doing their job right. Staff haven't done their job right, and so we're going to spend another $15,000 out of domestic waste. I think that's the waste.
Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor D'Souza, do you wish to close the debate?
I'd just like to say the misinterpretation should become obvious to those that are just and fairly minded people. There was no onus on the staff to do more work. All they did, certain charities were named, charities I work with, and they're quite happy. So we haven't created a problem. All we've done is found a solution which people in need are going to benefit from. I'll close it at that, Mr. Mayor, and I thank the staff for what they did, because sometimes when a problem seems solved, as I said last time, you can always do better, and on this occasion, that's exactly what they've done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CP's 5/25 planning proposal for 47 to 55 Bunurong Road, Kingsford, Holmes, New South Wales, challenged by Councillor Hay. Councillor Hay, could you please outline what it is that you are moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
As per the business paper.
Okay, thank you. Seconded, I saw Councillor Gordon jump up real quick. Make sure to sing out. Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Councillors who served in the last term of council will remember that we went through the HIA process and regarding the local environment plan, and we agreed that this site would have a 16.5 metre height limit. That this request to knock down the existing buildings and put in new buildings at 28 metres is too high, and it's going contrary to what we agreed at the LEP process. So sending back a request and saying, let's keep that 16.5 metres is perfectly reasonable and rational. And look, the buildings are old. It's time that we give social housing tenants a nicer place to live. But let's keep that within the plan that we have for Randwick City moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak very quickly in favour of a much-needed redevelopment of social housing. I will always support social housing redevelopment because it essentially increases the number of social and affordable homes available for people, as well as offsets that with some increase in market rate homes as well. I think it's a great proposal and we should support it as per the business paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you very much. I would like to put forward an amendment which I've sent through to Mr. Kelly. And this is more or less consistent with an amendment I put up with regard to public housing redevelopment in Maroubra on Fitzgerald Avenue last year. So some of the councillors may or may not recall that, probably not. Look, I think the staff report is actually very good, and I would like to thank all of the council and staff officers who have spent a lot of time putting this together and made some very good observations and provided very good feedback. But so I'm not proposing to delete A or B. These would be additions to this, starting with a point C. And it's largely regarding the need to actually go and consult with the tenants who are living in these homes at the moment. Many public housing tenants are actually very elderly. I have actually had contact from some residents there, very elderly and actually quite severely, people with quite severe disabilities. And, you know, the idea of just getting a knock on the door and told you have to go, even though they are going to be assisted in that, is jarring to say the least. We experienced that with some of the councillors who've been here for a long time might recall the Urembla Avenue residents who were private residences. They had to move because of the redevelopment of the Prince of Wales Hospital, and it was just such a severe thing to happen for anyone, if you can imagine that. So we really do need to be encouraging the state government to actually consult with residents and sort of see, because in many other jurisdictions like in Europe and so on, they are actually building up and around, they're increasing the density in these sites and often at much lower cost, allowing those residents to stay in place while providing for more, updating them to be accessible and the modern amenities and introducing new housing as well. And also we have to maintain these are, just remember that these are Crown land sites. This is precious public land, that we at all costs need to keep in public hands, because it's not clear from what the state government is proposing as outlined in this report. We don't really know what the split up is going to be, whether some of this land will be sold off to private developers. And as we know, with community housing providers, some of whom have multi-billion-dollar housing portfolios, There is no covenant. We have heard straight from the mouth of Homes New South Wales, from the bureaucrats there, there is no covenant in place that will ensure that this will stay as public housing in perpetuity. After a period of time, potentially as little as 25 years, they will have the ability, if they wished, to sell off that land, which will be extremely valuable, and use it to fund public or social housing, probably in a far off suburb. We are at risk of losing our public housing through a death by 1,000 cuts. So I'm really strongly, and social housing is not necessarily public housing. We have great public housing residents. I was visiting a resident today in Maroubra. It's a seniors public housing. It just looks like a normal block of flats, and you've got a lot of seniors living there. And it's great. Everyone knows each other. They've got a community there, and we know how important community is, particularly to senior residents, and how dislocating and disrupting it is to be torn from that. So, councillors, I would really urge you to consider supporting my amendment, which is not to change really much at all in the wonderful staff submission, but just to call on the state government to actually keep this as public housing, which will support residents who are there now, but in future generations to come, future generations. And we know that most young people now cannot ever afford to find a home. And I actually personally know a number of quite elderly people who are in the rental housing market on a pension. And we know that, unfortunately, many young people today are highly likely to find themselves in that situation in future years. We will need this public housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Oh, sorry, the seconder to the amendment? Is there a seconder to the amendment?
I'll second.
Yep, seconded by Councillor Magna. Okay, Councillor Magna. Sorry, Councillor Hay.
I don't support, sorry.
Yep, fair enough. Councillor Magna.
Very briefly, I think the amendment has merit. I think the substantive motion has merit, but I think it will be improved if council supports the amendment. We're in a housing crisis. We need more homes. I think government has a critical role to play. Rampant development by profit-making, seeking housing developers is not the solution. Government needs to rebalance the housing market in Sydney, and we need to seize those opportunities as they present themselves to have the government and the state play a constructive role in providing the type of houses that our community needs, particularly in the eastern suburbs of Sydney in close proximity to jobs. It's a premium site and we don't want to miss the opportunity, and I think whatever influence this body has in persuading the state government to provide that kind of social housing, we should take those opportunities, and I think this amendment goes some way towards doing that, and I commend the amendment to the council.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on Councillor Veitch's amendment?
Councillors, I appreciate there's some good sentiments here, but we're already going on a very big ask by asking them to reduce the height, and I feel strongly that a targeted approach which just asks for a modest, please meet us halfway, let's do something good and reasonable, and let's have I think that'll get us a lot further. This sort of I think this amendment pushes too far for an all or nothing sort of approach. Point 3, we're asking, we're not just talking about this property anymore, we're talking about all developments on all Crown land across the state. Point 2, we're going to be putting, what does that mean? We're going to put covenants into the development. And point 1, ultimately, the current residents, the housing, the building will be knocked down, all the rooms will be reassigned. I mean, I think we're asking for too much, and I just urge everyone to go support as per the business paper.
Any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further So could you just say that again on the amendment? Yep, Councillor Luxford.
Look, I'm in two minds to support the amendment at all, or the actual motion itself. I think what we're missing here really is that this is an overdevelopment of the existing site with no actual infrastructure being thought of by the government or by anybody. You know, we're going to put more housing people there, which is fine. I'm all for affordable housing, social housing. There will be a great need for it from now to, you know, and into the future. However, without infrastructure, I just feel we're dumping these people into an overdeveloped now site because we're going to put more people there that were there to begin with, and probably with very little green space, with no infrastructure, like no public transport, no means of being able to get to very many places, because as we know, this site sits in proximity to light rail, which is already full when it begins. So I just think there's no thought into what do these people do once they're all just shoved into this overdeveloped area. So I don't know if I can support any of it, because I feel we're throwing them in for a bit of a loss.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Sid.
Can I just ask the relevant officer, just for clarification with the amendment, a question? In point, it's not a point, but once the planning and rezoning process is completed, blah, 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 submitted to the state government as the state significant development. Council is not the planning authority for this proposal. Are we virtually wasting our time, or has it already been prejudged by the state planning authority? What's happening there?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor said, what you've got before you is the proposal for a planning proposal, so it sets the framework of what the site will be developed as. Once the planning proposal goes through, we are not the determining body for the planning proposal either. It then becomes, of course, a state significant development. We're doing our best in putting our issues forward and the council issues forward, but you are correct. It will be the assessment by the state government and determined by the state government.
Through to the... Oh, okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers, I will now put the amendment. It being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. We have Councillor Willington, Councillor Magna, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Asghari, Councillor Wilson, Councillor D'Souza, and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Said, and Burst. I declare, and sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld. I declare the amendment carried. Councillor Veitch, as you now have carriage of the motion. Are there any further speakers on the now amended motion? There being no further speakers on it, Councillor... Does he still get to close even though he's stripped of it? I will take the always correct advice of the General Manager. Councillor Hay, do you wish to close the debate? Councillor Hay is deferred on relation to it. Councillor Veitch, thank you very much. Okay, being a planning matter, we have to go to a vote. All those in favour of the amended motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. We have Councillor Willington, Councillor Magna, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Zgari, Councillor Wilson, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Said and Councillor Burst. I declare the amended motion carried. 8-7. Thank you. Yes, thank you. We now move to the next challenged item, CS2/25, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development Shark Management Program Survey, challenged by Councillor Willington. Councillor Willington, if you could please outline what it is that you're moving.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to move that in relation to the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development Shark Management Plan received by Council, my motion is that Council A receives and notes the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries Regional Development 2024 Shark Management Information Package and Council Preference Survey, and B, completes and returns the Council Preference Survey, which you'll find on the back sheet, the back page of that survey document, completes and returns the Council Preference Survey as follows. 1, drones, yes. 2, smart drum lines, yes. 3, tagged shark listening stations, yes. And 4, nets, no. Can I go on? Yeah. I urge you to recall the very eloquent and clear presentation from the speaker against nets earlier, whose entire study and young adult life is given up to the very serious research in this area. It's very clear from the science that shark nets are outdated, outmoded, unnecessary, and probably a danger to humans. And the reason why they are a danger to humans is that they catch and kill a lot of marine animals and marine life that are of no danger to anyone, and these are of great interest to sharks who come and feed on them, and we saw very clear photography of that. So I urge my fellow councillors to listen clearly to the facts and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magner is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The scientific evidence is very clear and unambiguous, but clearly there remains a fear in our community. Jaws, popular culture, there is an innate irrational fear of sharks, but the more people are presented with the evidence, the more that they understand that the existing approach is not only ineffective, it actually increases the risk of injury and attack from sharks. In the meantime, we've had technology that has developed that is infinitely more effective and is only going to become more effective over time. We know that council doesn't have jurisdiction over this area, but we've been invited for our opinion, and I think our community expects us to take the courage of our convictions and express the will of our community and be a participant in the decision-making process. So let's seize this opportunity, join with all the other councils across the Eastern Seaboard that have done the right thing. Let's not be a laggard. Let's vote tonight to lobby the council, the state government to remove shark nets so that we can focus our energies on technology that is more effective and not continue to harm sea life in the way that nets do at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I want to start by saying that I commend Councillor Wellington for her efforts, and I'm not doing this at all to negate the intentions. But this preference survey was due by the 20th of December 2024. This is not actually something that the council will fill in. It's passed, so I think that maybe B needs to just change to something more along the lines of remove the nets. So I'm just sorry, but I'm just pointing out that I think that the amendment is not correct, or the motion.
Councillor Wellington is the mover of the motion. If you would like to clarify, otherwise I'll throw it to the General Manager.
I was under the impression that council had an extension on this.
Through to the General Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. We've got an extension.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Well, that's fantastic. I think then maybe the date. Would it be good to put that the date that the completes and returns the council preference survey by the new due date? Then that way, if Councillor Wellington will accept that, I think it just clarifies it, because when you look at this document, it hasn't got the new due date. Just trying to help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sedd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I was one of those people that used to oppose the removal of nets, but over time, and starting to read the science and a few other things, and knowing that there was, I think, 317 letters to yourself, Mr. Mayor, from people that were wrote down at Coogee. There was a stand at Coogee, and they gave you a letter saying that they wanted the removal, the countless emails that we've been receiving. And also, when you look at the science of it, every day we see on the Maroubra community and a few other places where there's signs that there's been sharks, tagged sharks have been swimming on the beaches. And it just goes to show that these tags, the only reason why we know they're there because they've been tagged and the drones have pictured them. And if it wasn't for that, the net's never caught them, because there hasn't been a shark caught in the net for 2 years. So this actually proves that the nets are actually ineffective. The other numbers are at Maroubra during 2022 to 2024, the small number of non-target and targeted fish or whatever were 0, whereas the 3 species of targeted sharks on the drum lines was 80 in that period. So it's actually been more effective than what the nets have been. So I have got a question to ask as well. Are we allowed to put any caveats on that survey? Are we allowed to write something on there? Or we just have to tick the boxes? Because if we can write something, and it's to the mover, I propose that we just write 3 simple things, that if we go ahead to remove the nets and increase our mitigation, that we do the expansion of the drone line program, that significant increases in drone surveillance by our lifeguard services, that Randwick Council's lifeguards have the expert knowledge and the our coastal waters around the beaches and at the best placed to effectively use drone technology as part of the shark mitigation measures. And that the very important point that I've got to mention here is, I think this needs to happen, but I actually think it's very important that the funding is implemented for the drone technology should be coming from the DPI and not at the cost shifting coming to council and our ratepayers.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I'm sure we could, if the council wished to, put all those points in the covering letter that we send back to the Department of Fisheries.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veach.
Thank you, and I'm very strongly in support of this amendment, or this motion as amended by Councillor Wellington. This program will be entirely consistent with Randwick Council's very, very strong record of water safety at our beaches. So we know that we fully support all of our lifeguard programs. We've got the best lifeguard team in the country. We've got an amazing set of surf clubs and surf club volunteers who we also support financially in any other way we can. We've got patrols around the beach at many of our beaches 365 days a year. And so the messaging is always out there about swim between the flags. Swim between the flags. And we've had other programs as well, like, Float to Survive, which was a state government one which we supported. And the other one is we've always had a really strong commitment to trying to prevent rock fishing deaths, which is still very sadly a problem in our area. And we've done a lot of work through our comms team, and actually Joshua Hay, who's been actually really behind that as well, one of our great council staff. So we've had strong comms programs with signage and communication to prevent rock fishing. But I have never, living in this area for 20 years, or actually just being someone who goes to the beach for my entire life, ever seen any council or state government say, don't go to, for example, Clovelly, because there's no shark nets there. It's true, any beach, there are many beaches all around Australia which have patrols, and we should 100% be encouraging all members of the public to swim at patrol beaches when the flags are up. But we know for a fact that only some of our beaches have shark nets. And there's never been any single public campaign saying don't swim, even if you swim at a patrol beach without a shark net, that's not safe. Because we know that even though unfortunately there have been a tiny amount of circumstances, in the scheme of things, you're most likely to come into severe trouble if you, obviously cannot swim very well, you're not an experienced swimmer, you go rock fishing, or you don't swim between the flags, or you're at an unpatrolled beach. That is how we protect our wonderful members of the public and our swimmers. Council is 100% committed to that. We provide the latest technology through the drones and surf boats and any equipment that is needed, and we have all of the evidence here that this is the way to go. There was nothing more compelling than those pictures that were shown by the speaker, Lauren, which showed the tiny length of the nets in comparison to the beach. If that was just probably the most compelling argument to show in reality how ineffective these are. They're nothing more than a placebo in some people's minds, but I think most people now, the message is getting very clearly through, as we can see through all the emails coming in, and I urge councillors to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Martin.
Thank you. As an avid ocean swimmer, a long-term member of the local surf club who frequents the Coogee Beach area almost daily, I find this is not a really easy decision for me to make. However, I've read the science and the many emails that we have received. I have swum over these nets hundreds of times, particularly the ones at Coogee. I have never seen any bycatch in the nets whatsoever. However, just prior to Christmas, I swam over the nets and found a shark caught in the net. So it did make me think about the whole thing. I've asked many members of my community, people that use this beach daily, in and out, swim every day, not people that just come and visit, but people there every day, over the last few months, knowing that this matter was coming to council, and I knew it was a matter that I had to really make a decision on. There was strong support for both sides of the issue, obviously, and that can be seen tonight, but I can say most were in favour of keeping the nets in. Whether that's perceived or real, they feel safer with the nets in. And I guess my role on this council is to represent my community and be a voice for my community, in particular Eastwood, and that's my thoughts for tonight.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hay.
Councillors, I'd like to foreshadow. I'll foreshadow moving it in the event that this fails. Councillors,
can you just clarify what you're foreshadowing?
I'll foreshadow moving the motion in amended form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, what was I up to? Councillors, we've been talking about the effectiveness of shark nets only in terms of whether or not they catch a shark. Remember, of course, that the nets themselves if a shark brushes up against the net, or if they see the net and they swim away, that is just as effective. And it has kept the shark away from the beach. I'd like to very briefly show you this diagram from the business paper pack. The takeaway point is that most of the shark activity that we have is further north of Newcastle, between Newcastle and Coffs Harbour. Now, that means the sharks are swimming past our beaches, specifically a lot of the target sharks. So when I was looking for the results in terms of shark net catch, it's annoying that we're only looking at Newcastle to Wollongong when the 2019-20 report looked at across all of New South Wales. That report showed 50 sharks were caught in shark nets across the state. Regardless, so even though the shark nets are probably more effective in the area where you have a lot of sharks, obviously that does not mean that they're ineffective where we are. Now, frankly, if it's the case that additional shark mitigation technologies have been driving sharks away and keeping sharks away, that's ultimately a good thing. But we need to keep doing that. Also, we need to keep analysing and researching. The other thing I'd like to bring up is there is a survey of the council that is mentioned in the business paper, but it says that it's an opt-in survey. Now that means that it's not, when you're doing an election poll and you're trying to predict the result of an election, the key to that is that you need to randomly select people and let them you don't, if you let people come to you, what ends up happening is the most active members of the community are going to tell you what they think. So in terms of which side has the biggest activists, the answer is the anti-sharknet side of the debate. But if we were to do a random sampling poll of the people, I'm quite confident that a majority of the voters would support keeping the shark nets in place. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I just have a question first. And my question is through to the relevant officer. We have the drones. Can you tell me how often those drones are up in the air and for how long?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Oh, could you? No, they're never up. But anyway, I'd like to know. That's what I mean. So what are they preventing?
So thank you for yourself, Mr. Mayor. Council, we have 3 or 4 drones ourselves, but the shark technology by drone monitoring is largely implemented by Surf Life Saving New South Wales. And that drone is up very frequently. The attachment does call to those particular numbers. So drone patrol hours per season, there was 74,000 flights in the whole program, 19,000 hours total drone flown, 467 encounters, so 467 sharks identified. So there is a considerable number of hours. That number I don't believe is broken down into council by council basis, but I can.
But that's the Surf Life Saving one, but not ours.
They're both used, Councillor Luxford.
So they're counting in those hours, or like how many hours do ours actually do?
Through the Director of City Services.
So through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I can take that on notice. The majority of hours are flown through Surf Life Saving New South Wales, who established a fly zone on the beach and monitor that particular activity.
Okay. Yeah, I can't support. I think that the nets are being so far effective. People, whether they're effective or not, people still perceive them to be like a security blanket, I suppose. Recently, a 4.6 metre shark was caught in a net while nippers were performing their Sunday nipper thing, and there were around about 1,000 nippers in the water when that shark was actually caught in that net. So it worked. It didn't let the shark come through to eat our little nippers. I guess there's a lot of worse things happening in the oceans in general, and I guess if we all eat fish, then they're caught by nets. So they throw out those nets to catch maybe bream, but they don't always get bream in those nets. They get everything else as well. So I guess, you know, the shark net being there does its little thing. It maybe picks up something every now and then, but I believe that the fishing trawlers that are out in the oceans of throughout the world are doing far more harm to the marine life than a little 150 metre pissy shark net. So I can't support, and I say keep the shark nets where they are.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, there's a traffic island that was placed in a street because the customers requested it, residents requested it, and it served a purpose. It slowed down the traffic. Prior to that, there were accidents occurring, and I think there might have been 1 or 2 fatal accidents occurring. But the traffic island was put there for a reason, and it actually solved the problem. There was people who complained that it slowed down the traffic, etc., etc. So, for reasons I won't mention, it was decided to rework that particular traffic island. And guess what? We ended up with chaos. Because people all of a sudden who benefited from the safety of that traffic island all of a sudden was gone. People were going faster, they were getting to there, but at the same time there was chaos. So I found in life these shark nets are serving a purpose. They served a purpose in the past, they're serving a purpose in the present, and they will serve a purpose in the future. The last thing I would like, if these shark nets were removed, is some person getting mauled by a shark and being killed. I couldn't face that person's partner or parent or anyone and say, yes, my name was on that resolution that said, remove those shark nets. I couldn't have my name to that. As John Proctor says in The Crucible, I won't put my name to that paper, Mr. Mayor. That's what it's about. It's about the future till we get better technology. I trust people like that councillor there, Councillor Carolyn Martin. Okay, she has good pedigree and all that, but I trust her on this one. I trust her on this one because there's an old saying, the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. She goes in the water all the time. She talks to people who use Coogee Beach all the time.
Point of order.
I've spoken to presidents. Sorry.
Thank you. I will hear the point of order.
Okay.
Sexist. Yeah, look, it's 1511B, pointing to another councillor, saying that they come from good stock and constantly referring to them as she is, one, fairly deviating away from what we're discussing, and two, highly inappropriate.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I continue?
Thank you. No, thank you. Look, I will rule on it. Councillor De Souza, I will encourage you to keep to the substance of the motion, and I will uphold the point of order. Councillor De Souza, please continue.
Mr. Mayor, all I was trying to say was I trust what someone who gets in the water that talks to others. I've had presidents of surf clubs before I came here. I rang them, and I spoke to even Stretch at South Maroubra, and I said, what do you think should happen? He said, leave the nets. Not so long ago, I heard Councillor Luxford say, yes, there were nippers out there, and there were 1,000 nippers, and that net, and we got a shark outside the net. He pointed that out to me. So I trust people that actually face these adversities, people that confront these adversities. Who will I trust? Someone who goes in the water or someone who doesn't go in the water and starts making decisions and claiming things which aren't evidence-based.
Thank you. No, think. No, hold on. I understand that. Moving something to be put as a procedural motion, which we then have to do, so we have to deal with that immediately. Is there a second to it being put? Yeah. Seconded, Councillor Said. Okay, all those in favour of putting the motion? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillor Wellington, would you like to close the debate?
I come from a scientific background. I am trained to think in a careful way, scientifically, and listen to evidence. The scientists, the marine scientists that work on this all the time, spend much of their lives actually in the water. They really know what they're talking about. They work according to scientific method. The evidence is clear. Other councils have made careful, thoughtful decisions and come to the conclusion to remove the nets. Waverley Council recently decided to remove nets, and the reasons that they would have done that are based on the scientific facts, and it strikes me that the people at Bondi will be very marginally safer in the water because they won't have a net there with bycatch attracting sharks towards their beach. Whereas if we retain the nets in Randwick, people will be arguably marginally less safe at the beaches of Maroubra and Coogee. And I urge you to think carefully about the facts and not reactively about your emotional feelings about the water and sharks. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now put it. All those in favour of the motion as moved, Wellington Magna, say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I declare that... Okay, there's been a request from a division for 2 councillors. All those in favour of the motion as moved, Wellington Magna. Okay, we have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wellington, Councillor Magna, Councillor Veach, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Asghari, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said. All those against? We have Councillor Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the motion carried. We now move on. Okay, thank you. We now move on to CS4/25, 6/52 Beach Street, Coogee Hills Weeping Fig Tree Removal. Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach. Thank you.
I don't wish to vote for this. I wish to vote against this so someone else can move it. Thank you.
It needs a mover. Moved Councillor Hamilton. Do I have a seconder? It's as per the business paper, I take it. It's Councillor Hay. Councillor Hamilton is the mover. This is...
I'm just... Oh.
CS4/24, 6/52 Beach Street, Coogee Hills Weeping Fig Tree Removal. CS25. CS4/25.
Have we got the number right? Just joking. Okay, look, I'm moving it as per the recommendation on the business paper. We've known about the aged trees that are causing some serious damage in our LGA, and we have over the years as a council removed them, and I'm really pleased that they have nominated a super advanced weeping lily-pilly, and that's as per the council street tree master plan. Fantastic. I support this. Hope everyone else does too.
Thank you. Councillor Hayes, the second.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Wellington.
I'm very conflicted about this. I understand the issues facing council officers, the insurance questions, the needs of the resident, the damage caused by the tree. But I just would like to take the opportunity to speak in favour of the tree. I know that sounds a bit peculiar, but I am a Greens councillor. So, and also to acknowledge the loss of habitat for wildlife, which will eventually be in some way replaced by the advanced lilipili, as my colleague on my right has said. But it is a bit of beginning of a these fig trees, which provide so much habitat and so much advantage to wildlife. When one goes, it builds a sort of sense that they are inappropriate, and I can imagine they give a lot of character to our suburbs, and one by one we may well see them go. So I will vote against this, not out of any disrespect to the work that council officers have done, but simply in respect of the tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to close the debate? Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? No. Okay, thank you. I declare that carried. Councillor Veach and Councillor Wellington would like their names recorded as voting against. Thank you. We now move to CC 1/25. A cultural vision and public art plan for Randwick, challenged by Councillor Hay. Councillor Hay, could you please outline what it is you're moving?
I'd like to ask Mr. Kelly to bring up a new point E, which was sent via email. As you may know, there's a Randwick Junction master plan that's currently moving forward, and there's a provision for a large amount of public art. And public art's a tricky thing to talk about and put into words what you mean. I urge everyone to take up this book here, Public Art Commissioning Guidelines. I have a, if we go to the page 15 of that, you'll see this image here. It's a image of Anzac Parade and Strawn Street, just opposite where Porto's used to be, and outside the Delicious Chinese restaurant. I know this might be controversial to say, but I don't think this should be our model of public art. This is not a space that I see people using. This is not a space that that people enjoy. People don't come to Kingsford to see this public artwork. I do not, when we're talking about what the future, I'm not even suggesting that we necessarily move this, but I regard this as geometric shapes and colours put there almost randomly and not to my taste, or in my humble submission to the taste of the general public, the direction that public art should be taking. Ultimately, what we should be doing is, I'm not saying everything has to be in the one style or design, and we certainly can take some risks, but I don't want this being the model of what public art should be moving forward. So I've added a point E. The rest of the motion is fine. I've added a point E that what we should be doing is having a commitment to beauty rather than a commitment to things like shock value or commitment to pursuing this sort of style of artwork. And
Please continue, Councillor Hay. The seconder, is there a seconder? I'll second that. Seconded by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, please speak to your amended motion. I will then go to Councillor Veach.
I agree with Councillor Hay. Arts is the beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but we've still got to try and make sure that we've got the majority of our people look at this is certainly not Zen-like. I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting there. It wouldn't make me feel like I'd want to eat my lunch and have a coffee frappe or something like that. It's, I think we need to rethink this a little bit just to look at the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amended motion as moved by... Oh, I had Councillor Veitch, my apologies. Councillor Veitch?
Well, I'm going to move an amendment because this was moved as the motion.
Yep.
So I'm now moving an amendment, which is as per the business papers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Veitch is moving an amendment as per the business paper. So what that means, it is striking out point E. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Magna. Councillor Veitch, could you please speak to your amendment?
Councillors, as someone who was chair of the cultural, for our Arts Advisory Committee for a long time, we had a lot of involvement from the community in devising our art strategy. The last one had been well over 10 years old. A number of years ago, we did a whole art study. Council commissioned a really comprehensive art study that came back to council. Not only did it provide us with a lot of really important and incredibly useful information, but we surveyed, as well as the art study, there was a survey that was conducted. So over the last several years, a huge amount of work, which perhaps Councillor Hay and Burst may not be aware of, has been done in this space with the involvement of the Arts Committee, which has had councillors of from every single political party, from really committed artists in our area, not only artists but performers, musicians and so on, and consulting with the community. There's a massive amount of work done, and we have now seen council move ahead in leaps and bounds with our arts programming. The International Women's Day art competition is hugely popular, and we do see work with different colours and a little bit abstract and geometric shapes in actually all of the exhibitions. And actually also in a lot of council graphics, there will be different colours and possibly geometric shapes. We see these everywhere, all around us, all the time. I've been a West Ward councillor now for over 7 years. I have not had a single resident ever come to me complaining about that particular mural. It's just a part of the landscape. Maybe it's, there are better ones out there, but it's pretty inoffensive by artistic standards. So councillors, I would really urge you to actually see, let this work be done. It's not up to individual councillors, myself included, to make judgments about what different public artwork will be or what's on display. We leave that to the independent public arts panel, which has people of expertise, and council should stay out, elected councillors should stay out of decisions about individual artworks, because that gets into the line of censorship. And actually, we will expose ourselves. Can you imagine? So what is the scenario here? What is the actual scenario that is being proposed by the point E? What it means in reality is that every time we have a proposal being under consideration for a public artwork, it is going to have to generate a report and come to council, and we all vote on it. And then what are we going to do? Have the artists there, who are probably local residents, sitting there in the gallery? Are the artists going to have to register to speak in support of their artwork? Is someone going to come up and object to it? And then we all debate it? I mean, can you actually think of anything more offensive than that? What if this is an artist, a First Nations artist, or some from a particular different community, And we've got councillors there arguing against it. Think of how this is going to work in practice. It is unworkable. So councillors, please, let's on this one go by what the work has been done. It's quite, nothing in this public art plan is controversial. It's actually been designed, I believe, to be practically workable. There's nothing in there in this public art plan that is controversial. It is, you know, pretty general, and please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go to, there's Councillor Magner as the seconder, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise in enthusiastic support of the work that has been done by the council officers and the cultural vision that is being proposed as per the business paper. I think we all know that the vibrancy of our community isn't just made up by its people, but it's composed of the public places. And we've seen the transformative power of various forms of public art as articulated in this typology, in the work that's before our council, transform other neighbourhoods, including Melbourne, including inner city Newcastle, including the inner west, and I'd like to see a little bit of that kind of energy and vibrancy brought into the back lanes, in the streets, and the pocket parks, and in the side hoardings, property owners collaborating with talented local artists to bring local stories to life in a vibrant, engaging way that will no doubt activate our commercial areas. The evidence is clear that it reduces vandalism, it supports local artists, and it creates distinctive local communities and could possibly create cultural tourism, and more importantly, creates a sense of place and community cohesion. This is something that this council should not stand in the way of. We should enable our council officers to get on with the work of engaging with local artists, local property owners, in activating spaces, beautifying our community, give the kind of energy to our creative sector who will benefit clearly from it. And I'd really like to congratulate the council officers and their team for the great work that they've done and the kind of energy that I'd like to see more of in our streets and in our community. Let's get on with it. Support the motion on the business papers, I say here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Look, I support the recommendation on the business paper, just to start with that. But the thing I did want to point out about this initiative is I wanted to commend Councillor Danny Said, because he started this, and as far as I'm concerned, thanks so much for Councillor Said. He had these, great ideas, and it's unfortunate during his time as mayor shut down through, due to COVID and things like that. So we would have seen a lot more. And I will just end with, he was the best mayor since Ted Singh.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Burst. We're on the amendment.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not against art. I did arts in Sydney High. But to me, it's important. To me, it's important to get the right sort of arts. Luckily, I had the opportunity last year to travel through Europe. So I went through Vienna. I went through Italy. So I was in Venice. I went through the Biennale exhibitions. It was amazing. I loved it. It was exciting. It was vibrant, and it was innovative. This doesn't seem to be vibrant, alive, and innovating to me. It doesn't get my passion juices flowing.
Oh,
So,
what are you going to do then?
Please continue, Councillor Burst. Do your best. I know you've got it in you.
But it's important that you look at going through Europe. Some of the art in Europe is just absolutely amazing. I'm just spellbound. My wife was surprised at how immersed I got into it, and it woke me up. So all I'm saying is that we need to be we're going to be innovative, be innovative. This seems to be very clunky to me. So, but some of the artwork in Vienna, the artwork in Venice, down in Florence was just amazing. It just was breathtaking. I'm a art passionati now. So. So,
Councillor Burst, would you like me to return to you in the debate slightly later on?
I'm going to wrap up now. I just
Thank
think
you.
it's important that we think global when we do art here in Randwick. That we think global and think outside the circle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hay on the amendment.
So, when Councillor Magna and Councillor Veach were talking, generally I was in agreement with a lot of what they said. That having art is good for tourism, that it's good for bringing people in. What neither of them said was that this artwork was a success. They couldn't defend this artwork. They never said, we bring tourists to Kingsford to show them this artwork. And to the extent that we're asked to, my amendment is not asking everyone to bring every artwork back to council. But what we are being asked to is endorse a public art strategy. We are being asked to endorse this document. And on this document, by putting it in the document on page 15, which could be considered the front page depending on how you're supposed to open it, which is rather awkward. But that said, by putting that in the guidelines as a success, it's telling everyone that this is the type of artwork we want. I repeat the basic point. I don't see people sitting there. No one comes to Kingsford to look at this artwork. And I don't want, we're about to spend a lot of time and money on an upgrade of Randwick Junction. I don't want this type of artwork covering Randwick Junction. And remember, councillors, that, I mean, you might joke and think about the budget as being the big issues that we vote on, but the art that we leave behind is the legacy, and it's the culture of the council that will be there. It could be there for 10 years, could be for 20, could be a lot longer. But we do actually need to take this issue seriously, and we need to be thinking about the type of artworks that we do, and that's why I think we need a commitment to beauty, not a commitment to this sort of abstraction artwork. Thank you. And I do not support the amendment.
I was going to go to Councillor Luxford, but Councillor Rosenfeld has moved that it be put, so I have to do that. I agree with your sentiment. Unfortunately, I do have to do it. Actually, that's a good point. No one has seconded it, so there being no seconder, Councillor Luxford. Thank you very much, Councillor Hay.
motion be put.
That the motion be put. All those in favour of putting the motion? All those against? Okay, declare that carried. All those in favour of the amendment Veach Magna, say aye. Aye. All those against? Okay, I declare the amendment carried. Thank you.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that we limit speeches to 2 minutes each because it's getting really late and there's a lot of items to come.
Fair enough.
Also 2 for and 2 against.
Oh, that's tricky. Okay, thank you. There being a procedural motion to limit speaking times to 2 minutes and then 2 for, 2 against. You can ask a question, yes?
I think we have to go back to the last item because we have to move it as a motion.
What are you talking about? Yeah, we haven't moved on. So the screen does not have any standing. It's what the meeting is actually doing. Councillor Rosenfeld has called a procedural motion that occurs immediately and interrupts all business. Okay. Once that is dealt with, we will then return to the substantive motion, which was the motion is moved Veach Magna, which is now the motion in front of us. But we'll deal with the procedural motion first. All those in favour of the procedural motion to limit speaking times to 2 minutes and to have 2 for, 2 against, say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I declare the procedural motion lost. There you go. All right, we'll have it. It's been a call for a division. All those in favour of 2 for, 2 against and 2 minutes, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Magna, Councillor Hay, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Sid, Councillor Burst, all those against. Councillor Willington, Veach and Luxford declare the procedural motion and D'Souza, thank you very much. Carried. Okay, we now... Thank you. Yes, the procedural motion is carried. Thank you. We now move to the substantive... Councillors, thank you. We now move to the substantive motion moved by Councillor Veach. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veach, do you wish to close the debate? No? You do wish to close the debate? Okay, thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CC2/25, Sandgate Cottage, Belmore Road, Randwick, challenged by Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach, could you please outline what it is you are moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I've sent through an amendment to Mr. Kelly. So, councillors, I first called for this report back in July 2022 when we were still having our meetings post-COVID down at the Prince Henry Centre. And I guess during that time I really had hoped that we would get the report that I called for in that motion that council resolved, which was actually to get a report that kind of actually gave us options for bringing this as a community and cultural facility. So we would have some information here that we could really vote on. So we've got some information here, but not really the substance that I had been hoping for when I called for that report about 3 years ago. However, my sentiment remains the same. As Mark England spoke so eloquently just earlier, you know, this is a state heritage listed building. It's on arguably one of, if not our main shopping district in the Randwick LGA, certainly not the, if not the main one, the joint main one. And it's close to the university, to the hospital campus, to council, and it's really the centre of, for example, you know, West Ward, East Ward, North Ward, and not far from Central Ward. So It is very central and it's used by, you know, so many people. And the other thing I would say is that it's very much used by the patients and families of the hospital campus. And of course, it's also near the light rail station. Is that really already? Oh,
That's
it's
2
2
minutes.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot. Can I just finish a tiny bit? Please support this. We need to. We really need to save this space for the community, and I urge you to support this. It doesn't need to be fancy or use this beautiful council-owned space. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion as moved by Councillor Veitch? Councillor Wellington, do you wish to speak to it?
How's that? Just briefly to say that I think it would be a terrific addition to the high street there to have this building, this very important and beautiful asset belonging to Randwick City Council, activated and able to be part of the community, and it would serve to make the associated Junmore Place a very important stopping off point, cultural meeting point, an active place. I think it would make a great difference to the streetscape, and I thoroughly encourage councillors to vote to see if we can make this happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers against? Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Hay, then I'll go to Councillor Magna.
Councillors, I've just forwarded you an email which tells you the exact amount of, it's a commercial in confidence number, so I'm not going to read it out, but that is the amount of rent that we will be turning down if we evict a tenant from Sandgate Cottage. And remember, there's plenty of empty shops. We don't need another empty shop front in the area, but not just that. Think about the suburb of Randwick. About 100 metres from there as the crow flies, we have Blenheim House, which is a dedicated art space. We've also got Barrett House within Randwick, which is a dedicated art space. We've got the Newmarket Stables, which are going to be a dedicated art space. And then you've got other spaces which, like the Randwick Literary Institute, the Margaret Martin Library, and several other halls, including Randwick Town Hall, where in the floor below us, that can be used as public art spaces. Randwick has the most public art spaces. Randwick, the suburb, has the most public art spaces. We don't need yet another public art space within Randwick, the suburb. Ultimately, we just need to maintain our we need to maintain our tenant as being good for business, and we need to focus on delivering art in the current spaces that we already have, or like Newmarket Stables that's coming online in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna had his hand up. Councillor
Point
Magna.
of information.
Sorry, say that again.
Can I make a point of information?
All right. A point of clarification.
Point of
from Councillor
clarification.
Wellington.
It's just that the amount of the gross rent per annum is in the business papers. It's in the public realm.
Thank you. Councillor Magna, please continue.
I'd like to propose an amendment that we delete all other words and replace with that Council A receive this report and B defer consideration until a briefing session has been held.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Magna, do you wish to speak to it?
I think the amendment speaks for itself. I think that this is a really important community asset. There's a range of different considerations that I think the council would benefit from having a briefing from the council officers on, and we'd be best to defer this decision until we've had the benefit of that further information.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, just briefly, the amendment does speak for itself, and I think that a briefing would be good for us to be able to discuss various uses for the property, and see where we can which way we would choose to go.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against the amendment? Okay, there being no speakers against the amendment, I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare the amendment carried. Councillor Magna now has carriage of the motion as moved. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veitch to close the debate. No. Oh, I mean, you can if you like. I think maybe a point of clarification from the General Manager.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we've, as advised by the Adam Marsden, we did the councillor induction. The councillor who moves the motion is the only councillor that has the right of reply. No matter how many amendments carried, no matter how many foreshadows, no matter if they lose their particular motion that's been passed by someone else, the councillor that moved the motion is the only one that actually can close a particular motion.
Councillor Veitch.
Thank you for clarifying that. Look, councillors, given that there wasn't support probably to straight out go, given the lack of probably that we could do with some more information, I hope we can get some more information in a briefing as to how we can actually look, because the revenue being generated from this lease is not a great deal. It's quite low. It is revenue. There's no indication here of what the council is paying to actually maintain the building. And, you know, there's no floor plans inside or exploring the options there. You know, for a start, you know, we've got incredible staff at the library who run so many great programs. You know, we could have some wonderful programs there. You know, it could be book clubs, we can have meeting spaces, we could have a little council office where people could come and have their say on different community consultations. You know, we could have music playing in Junmore Place. At the moment, we can't even use that. Like during COVID, or after we opened up after COVID, and we had a council report back about opening up different areas around our LGA to have outdoor seating, I wanted to move that we use Junmore Place. It was the obvious spot. But the answer came back no, because it's leased out. And even though in theory the public can go in there, we can't actually do anything there. So you'll notice that the only bench in there is along next to the path. We can't even have seating in that whole plaza for people to use. And imagine if we had people going and, you know, grabbing some coffee or food from one of the local businesses. They could come there, have some food, support the local businesses, listen to some live music from one of the artists we pay for part of our, you know, street art programs and so on. There's heaps of great things we could do. It doesn't have to be expensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
It appears that Councillor Hamilton is calling a point of order.
No, it wasn't actually.
Oh.
Are we finished?
Councillor Veitch has finished her debate. If you're not calling a point of order, I will go to a vote on the motion. But calling a point of order, as you have to...
Yeah. No, it's just confusing. Anyway, just reading like it's 10.6 on page 19.
Councillor Hamilton, I share your
confusion.
But there now being no further debate, Councillor Veitch having closed, I will now put the motion in the name of Magna Luxford, which the council receive the report and defer consideration until a briefing session has been held. All those in favour of the motion now in the name of Magna Luxford, please say aye. Aye. All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. We now move on to CC3/25, options for an allocation of a budget for free usage of Randwick venues for arts and culture. Challenged by Councillor Veitch. Councillor Veitch, could you please outline what it is that you are moving?
I've sent through an amendment.
Mr. Kelly, that's not the one that's in front of us. No, Mr. Kelly. So we're on option CC3/25. Yep.
I think he was going to the supplementary. Did you
Yeah.
want to go to the
No,
supplementary?
we'll go to the supplementary after. So we'll go down. So we're on CC3/25. Options for an allocation of budget for free usage of Randwick venue for arts and culture.
Thank you very much. So I support the recommendation that's on the business paper, but just adding 2 more points to the recommendation, which is that, so A, to keep the point that's there, which is that we continue to support the arts via the existing programs that offer free usage of council's venues. And then I'm adding a point B and C. The point B is to promote the fee waiver program of council services via the Community Creative and Community Connect investment programs on an ongoing basis. To continue to promote that, because actually we have so many community members who would love to use our spaces, but I think a lot of them probably aren't aware that they can get a fee waiver. They just don't know about it. And also to actually extend that to our culturally and linguistically diverse communities. So we have different members of the community who may not know about this, and actually encourage those groups to use it also. And then finally, so if you wouldn't mind, thank you. And then should the budget for the fee waiver, and if it's not exhausted, then that's fine. It's just going to, that's good, I suppose. But should the budget for the fee waiver program be exhausted prior to each financial year, that we get a report back to council, and then we can consider whether we want to actually top up the funding, which we've sort of done for a number of years now. We've actually gotten an additional 25K for fee waivers, which have been well utilised, partly because we have been sort of promoting those at times. And so I think this is quite a balanced approach. It accepts the staff recommendation, but we're trying to promote it more. We want people, just like we encourage people to use all of our great parks and sporting facilities and outdoor areas, we also have indoor areas that would be really well used by many other members of the community if they knew about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari, do you wish to speak to it? Thank you. Are there any further speakers against? There being no speakers against, I'll now, I guess you don't wish to reply to yourself. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CC5/25 in the supplementary business paper, 110 years of the Anzac Day and centenary of High Cross Park. So Anzac Cenotaph. 110 years of Anzac Day and the centenary of the High Cross Park Cenotaph, challenged by Councillor Hamilton. Seconded by Councillor Said.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend the staff. I mean, we always have fantastic events in Randwick. We always have fantastic dawn services. And I spent plenty of time, my family and I, up at High Cross Park Cenotaph dawn services. Excuse me. And then in 2015, for the centenary of Anzac Day, they moved down to Coogee Beach. And I think that was an excellent decision, because we've seen the numbers grow and grow and grow, and it just wasn't feasible up at High Cross Park, and it was a real safety concern with all the streets there. So, great decision that was made. In doing that, we left the cenotaph where it is. Again, a very good decision. We know in history, even recent history, when we move items of such significance, historical significance, for their own benefit, they have been lost. So leaving it there was a great decision, and now recognising it for its centenary is also, I think, very relevant and important. So well done to the staff. They've done a fantastic job as always, and I know that these events and the cost associated is all worth it, because we should at all times celebrate our Anzacs. So thank you.
Councillor Said is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I also commend this to the councillors. The Anzac Trust went through a lot of, we had a few meetings, we went a lot of hours, a lot of spent, a lot of deliberation on the exact way that we should do this properly, and we're following the format, especially at High Cross Park, of 1925. So we actually virtually having the Governor-General is invited, etc., etc. It will be exactly the same. But I just particularly want to draw everyone's attention to the banners. There was a proposal by Matt Thiswaite to have street banners related to local servicemen and women who, through the different battles through wars, who were locals, and the Trust were presented with, I think, 12, and we've come out with 5. And in those, we've taken a selection. There's nurses from First World War. There's soldiers from the First World War, Second, Middle East. So that we've tried to go across the board, and we've got candidates for the next year. And we actually think this is fantastic. And as it was suggested, and the main thing is as it was suggested by the nurses from the coast, that the nurse they picked actually has a story coming out, and it's a very good story, and she's a very brave woman. And the encouragement is that when people see the banner, that they actually try to find out who she is and investigate the reasons why she's up there. And we're really pleased that this will be a very important thing for the LGA.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, do you wish to close? No. Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move back to the agenda as per the paper, and we return to C09/25, Monthly Investment Report, January 2025, challenged by Councillor Burst. C09/25, Monthly Investment Report, January 2025, challenged by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst is 243.
Just want to move it as per the business paper, but I would just like to say, through the relevant officer, I've just noticed the investment portfolio. It's a solid return. It's above the Australian Bond Bank bill index, and also the investment for this month is also $1.5 million and represents about 84% above annual budget. The question I've got to the relevant officer is, do we see any impact on this investment with the change of government in the US? Is there any headwinds ahead of us in this area, or do we think that it'll be smooth sailing, or will continue to go generally in the right direction?
Through to Council's Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The main determinant of investment revenue is cash flow management and interest rates in Australia. The main priority for the government is controlling inflation. So inflation is made up of both domestic and global activities. At this present time, the cash rate has fallen, and it's predicted in our long-term financial plan and our budgets it will keep on going down. We've factored that into our forecast. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder.
Reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Are there any speakers against? Okay, there being no speakers against, now I take you don't wish to reply. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO10/25 Investment Policy Review, challenged by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington, could you please outline? Yeah, could you please outline what it is you're moving, and I'll call for a second.
Thank you. Just like to.
It's Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington.
He did say that at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington,
Thank
please
you.
continue.
Firstly, I'd like to thank council officers for preparing the amendment to the council's investment policy. Thank you very much to your team. And I'd like to move that Council A adopts the reviewed investment policy with the proposed amendments. Thank you. And B, requires that all future reports on Council's investment by asset type include a statement of whether each investment is compliant with ESG requirements, not compliant, or not known. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Magna.
There is a seconder.
Councillor Magna.
Oh, sorry, just a clarification. The amendment that I'm referring to is in the staff report. It's in the policy.
CO11.
CO10, the investment policy review.
Yeah, so Mr. Kelly, just for clarity, on our business papers, the agenda identifies this item as CO10/25. All right, thank you. Councillor Magna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm rising again in enthusiastic support of my North Ward colleague, Councillor Willington's amendment, and I commend her for her work in getting the council to get to this point. I think the investment ESG investment policy in the business papers is a very good one. This amendment simply is a non-radical proposition. It's a sensible, pragmatic measure that aligns with best practice about transparency and good governance, so that the council is able to report about the performance of its investment portfolio with a degree of granularity that will improve accountability and make more explicit the investment returns and the guiding principles behind our investment decision making. Good financial responsibility and transparency go hand in hand, and I think that our ratepayers deserve to know this kind of information. I'm anticipating, if it's anything like the previous debate about this resolution, that there'll be suggestions that this is somehow a radical proposition, but this is mainstream economic management, financial management, and good public reporting obligations on behalf of this council, and I therefore commend Councillor Willington's motion to the council.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Gordon, and then I'll go to Councillor Hay. Okay. It's just a question, is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through to the relevant officer regarding Part B requiring a statement of whether each investment is compliant. I just wanted to ask whether that would be possible and how this might be approached. Thank you.
Through to the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council's current financial platform, in which it buys, sells and reports our securities, currently has two broad categories, being general and green. It doesn't have a category of ESG at this present time.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against?
Firstly, I'd just like to ask a question through to the original mover. What is an ESG requirement and how do you quantify that?
It is a question through to the mover of the motion, if you would like to.
ESG is a very standard way of describing investments and other activities. There's a section in the policy, and it is very described by T Corp, the New South Wales Government Finance Corporation's body.
Thank
So
you.
it's pretty standard. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes, speaking against, I take it?
Yes, I am. So firstly, there's when you're talking about a business, like you ask a question of an accountant or an auditor, you ask them a question like, is this business solvent? Is this business there's a way of actually quantifying that. There's a way of answering. Now, if I would ask you what the most ESG compliant company in the world is, you wouldn't actually get a solid answer. And this is the exact sort of fuzzy logic which means that this is wrong. Furthermore, I'm going to councillors. If you look in the previous business paper section, we have approximately $162 million in an investment portfolio, and it's much more important to put that money in solid investments based solely on good accounting, and it's not worth risking our time and effort. And I know that I'm quite the broken record on this, but I know this is a very important thing, and it's what we should do. I very much, and I urge everyone to vote against this, and I actually do have an amendment that I'd like to bring up. Mr. Kelly. Basically, I would like. So I'm certainly against this proposal. I wouldn't mind. So basically, that so the investment policy is removal is accepted subject to the removal of Chapter 7 altogether, and that the whatever formatting changes can be made. That will bring, firstly, we could pass we could pass that today, and I'll urge everyone to, and I'm going to leave this. No, actually no. If I move an amendment, I should get my 2 minutes to restart. If you're going to play it that way.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw that procedural question to the general manager.
I don't really need the extra time. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. I think you are finished. Councillor Burst is the seconder of the amendment.
I think as councillors, we have a responsibility to get the best returns for our ratepayers. It's that simple. And the people at this table, if they say that ESG is the best way to go, just look at the share market at the moment, and I'd like to know how many people at this table have got all of their shares in ESG stocks, because I guarantee they don't. Because everybody's looking at the best return on their investment, because you don't want to be going poor in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Veach speaking against the amendment. Thank you.
Speaking against. Look, councillors, it really pays to actually read the reports. And so I'll draw your attention to page 10 of 25 of the policy itself. And given perhaps people didn't read it, I'll very quickly read it. Council will prioritise investments in financial institutions that align with its ESG criteria, provided they offer a return on investment equal to or better than other available options and adhere to the legal risk management and performance objectives outlined in the investment policy. ESG investment opportunities will be assessed using the same rigorous I don't believe that's in the Code of Meeting Practice.
Thank you. Please continue.
ESG investment opportunities will be assessed. Excuse me. Can I get extra time when people interrupt me?
Please just continue.
ESG investment opportunities will be assessed using the same rigorous criteria as all other investments. Council will select options that best support its broader strategy of optimising returns on surplus funds while prudently managing risk. And then it gives information about the ESG criteria. So this is actually already doing exactly what is being requested by Councillor Hay and Councillor Burst. It's actually in here. So I'm not sure why they would want to remove the very criteria that they are asking for. As I said, ESG criteria, as has been mentioned by Councillor Willington and Councillor Magna, are already standard practice through most, if not, organisations. This is just normal practice. And here we're going to ensure that, we are going to continue to deliver an increase on our investments. Thank you.
I have a question. Councillor Magna has a question.
To the relevant officer, is B actually of the proposed amendment from Councillor Hay and Burst implementable?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The importance of capital stability, liquidity, and maximised returns is not impacted by this proposal.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers against? Noting that that was a question against the amendment. There being no further speakers against the amendment, we'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. I declare the amendment lost. It's been a request for a division. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Burst. All those against. Councillor Willington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. There is one further speaker on the substantive motion as it relates to Wellington Magna. Against? Is there anyone against? Good. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Look, we know where the numbers lie, but I would say this. We did discuss the challenges. I read out the challenges that businesses have when trying to implement ESG, when it's forced upon them as an organisation. We've just seen some advertising come out from a beer company, and they said for every case of beer sold that they'll put $1 towards national parks. So, and the backlash on that was massive. And we saw outdoors people that love, respect and use the outdoors running over cases of beer and basically slapping that company in the face, and they've since had to retract it. So the business of the company is to make beer. It's to make good beer, and it's to try and sell as much beer as they possibly can, not to try to solve the world's economic problems and environmental problems and deviate from the sole purpose of why they got into business, and that was to make really good beer and sell beer. So ESG is a very flawed ideology that will hurt a lot of businesses if forced upon them.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Wellington, do you wish to close the debate?
No, I reserve my right, thank you.
Very wise. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I declare the motion carried. Thank Councillor Rosenfeld would like his name recorded as voting against. Thank you.
Me too.
Councillor Hamilton.
I do that.
Councillor Hay. Councillor Burst.
Yeah, Councillor Martin, go on, jump in there.
It's a matter for her. Thank you. All right. Declare that carried. Thank you. What I might suggest, councillors, is we have a 5-minute break, but it is a 5-minute break and no longer. We will return at 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Carolyn, did you want your name on there? Just tell David.
People depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together, praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm people depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together to praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm.
I now reopen the Randwick Council meeting at 11:01-ish. Thank you, 11:05.
I'll stand.
Thank you. We now move to motions pursuant to notice. Notice of motion number 1/25, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, increased storage facilities from the Heffron Hawks Football Club. Councillor D'Souza. Second, do I have a seconder? Yes. Seconder, Councillor Magna. Councillor D'Souza, please speak to your motion.
Mr. Mayor, I think it sort of speaks for itself. I did speak with council's officers and they instructed me they're moving forward on the matter. So I'm quite happy to leave things as they are. If council wishes to give other clubs an opportunity, that's acceptable by me too. But in saying that, yeah, I'm quite happy to leave things as they are.
Thank you,
because I know we're moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Magna is the seconder.
I reserve my rights.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further... Councillor Sid?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Is it actually written down that other clubs are going to be also included?
Not on the current text. Are you proposing an amendment?
I'll move an amendment then.
Yep. Could you just clarify what it is that you're seeking to move?
That it features all clubs. Just simply investigate career opportunity for all football clubs, brackets soccer, who use Heffron Park to find storage facilities and including by either investigating adding to present buildings or building new buildings.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, do you accept that?
Of course, Mr. Mayor. Why not?
Thank you very much.
It's so important that we encourage everyone. The only reason I put that name down was the president of the club had got in touch with me and requested me to act on his behalf. So I was the voice of that particular club. But after what has been put forward, yes, I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
With both hands.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, I take it that you don't wish to close, Councillor D'Souza. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against, declare that carried. We now move to NM2/25 from Councillor D'Souza, investigating ways to improve work opportunities for people with a disability in council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conscious of time. Councillors, let's make injustice, inequity and disability visible tonight. Disability to many people is associated with fear, and this stops many people to give people with disability a chance and offer them opportunities to work. Many people with disability have realised that they need, as we saw tonight, they need to advocate for themselves. Equality was not part of the equation when we addressed disability in the past. This, my friends, must change. Friends, tonight, let the shameful walls of exclusion come tumbling down with your decision to support my notice of motion. It is so important that people with disability have the same opportunities in Randwick City Council and Randwick City as whole as anyone else in our country. Opportunities for disabled people are very limited. Friends, we know discrimination when we see it, and we need to be fighting it together. So what can we do? Disability, my friends, is a family we can join any time in our lives. Councillors, many of you, I'm sure many of you in this chamber may have had a broken bone. Now think how hard and inconvenient it was to do things, but you recovered. Many of the people with disability will never recover, and it is left to people like you and me to make their lives better. My notice of motion does just that. It requests council to investigate and create more opportunities for people with disability. Let's then, friends, celebrate their difference and not the fact that they are different. Together, friends, we can make a difference. Together, we can speak up for justice. Together, we can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Magna. Councillor Wellington, could you turn your microphone off?
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
very pleased to stand in support of the resolution as proposed by Councillor D'Souza. I know that this is something that it's very dear to his heart, and he's been campaigning on and speaking to me about on many occasions. I think the people that spoke to address the council this morning, it's one of the more moving public addresses I've heard, actually, and I think that this the work that council already does, I'm aware that we've got a disability inclusion action plan that sets a 10-year target consistent with our community strategic plan, but we can always do more to ensure that our council represents a inclusive and accessible workplace and represents the community, because people with disabilities continue to face significant barriers, but they also bring us great strength, and so I commend this resolution to the council.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? You can ask a question, yes.
Mr. Mayor, just a question to the relevant officers. The 2022-2026 Randwick Disability Inclusion Action Plan is a very comprehensive plan, 42 pages. Is that on page 32 we do have council employment strategies and actually business engagement strategies. Are these still in place?
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, yes.
So we're already actioning it. But I also have another question. Which actually I do have, I noticed this was, and it came to highlight, in the progress while reading the action plan, on page 66, there's monitoring and qualifying submissions, so we've done our 5-year submission to the Department of Communities and Justice in December 2024. But it actually mentions in the quarterly, if you look in the quarterly on page 66, there's an actual mentions that the report reflects that we've completed 26 actions out of the action plan, 27 are in progress, and 6 have been delayed. Can I ask if, I'll take it on notice because I don't expect you to answer it now, but can we have it forwarded to us what those, each one of those are, the 26 that are completed, the 27 in progress, and the 6 delayed? 6, yeah.
Thank you. I take it, for those listening, the officers have agreed. Thank you. There being no further speakers against, Councillor D'Souza, do you wish to close the debate?
Right, Mr. Mayor, it's a pretty simple vote.
Thank you. I'll now put the question. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM3/25, Notice of Motion from Councillors Said and Burst, parking of various types of vehicle on the Anzac Parade median. Councillor Said to move the motion. Councillor Burst to second it. Is that correct? Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to try to do this as quick as possible. Basically, Mr. Mayor, it's been questioned. Councillor D'Souza asked in a social media post on Saturday asked me where the community's concerns lies and who actually put forward that we needed this car park. And an actual answer to that is that on the Resolution 4 on the 17th of April 2024 at the Bays and Beaches precinct, the heading is Resolve the Parking of RVs, Trailers, Vehicles and Boats. And the resolution states, Bays and Beaches precinct therefore requests council to provide the community with a concept plan for the introduction of designated areas for the permit-controlled parking for the Anzac Parade medium strips of the following. 1, Jennifer Street to Razurow Street, Bulga Crescent to Sol Arch Avenue, 3, Kane Avenue to Franklin Street, moved by Peter Fagan, seconded by Chris Hansen. So we've got the precinct who asked us to do this. We've also got plenty of residents who live along Anzac Parade have also asked us to do it. And we've also got people that have said to us that they're desperate because of all the new the duplexes that have been built along Anzac Parade. They have nowhere to leave their cars. This is not about boats and trailers especially. This is about where people park their cars. And we're doing what the residents have asked us.
Councillor Said is the seconder. Sorry, Councillor Burst. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, yes. Councillor Burst.
We're doing quite well, Councillor D'Souza. Maybe you need to...
Councillor Burst, thank you. Just keep your remarks to the substantive motion, please.
Right, so I think I'll go back to the original resolution that came through on the after the ordinary meeting of the 28th of May 2024. It was looking at how we could better utilise this area. And it was a resolution. Unfortunately, I missed out on it because it was proposed by Councillor Sed but seconded by Councillor Chappell. So the Greens are very much in support of having some controlled parking in the middle of Anzac Parade. So that's pretty clear to me. And secondly, I've had many emails, texts, social media posts, comments like reworking the space so it can accommodate the appropriate parking, either cars or other boats, trailers, etc., as well as continue to give pedestrian access across the road is a solution that should suit most people. They probably just move. They'll probably just move to some more inconvenient or inconsiderate place on the street, blocking off parking for everyone else and causing a different type of congestion. Glad to hear of more parking bays and get the cars off the roads, giving residents more space for visitors to park. Do we need to think about how we deal with the population increase and how it impacts what we used to do versus what we would like to preserve? Another 500,000 net immigration so far since the 2nd of June, 2 million in the last 4 years. There's a trickle-down effect when that happens. So that's, I don't see any issue parking there at all. Density is increasing across the minimum lot sizes. I suppose I'll have to finish, but dual occupancy is a factor, and parking will be the biggest issue in Randwick over the next 50 years. It will be the biggest single issue that will dominate this council for the next 50 years. You've heard it here first, and it'll keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? Councillor D'Souza speaking against, and then I'll go to Councillor Veach.
Mr. Mayor, there must be some miscommunication because we saw the president or the co-chair of the precinct committee speak, Peter Fagan, and he made his views and his residents' views quite clear. We have there sitting at 20 past 11, a very concerned resident, Charles Abella. And he is here because he and his family and his community were at that precinct meeting and they voted not to replace green space with concrete. They said, please.
Councillor D'Souza will be heard in silence. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, please continue.
There's only 2 minutes, but this won't even take 2 minutes to tell the truth. It's all about the truth. And the truth is the residents at that precinct committee said enough is enough. I've got a whole lot of emails. I mentioned my social media page. That wasn't me. That was a resident saying, dear Danny, this is not what we voted for. This is not what we did. This is not what we want. We are not spending ratepayers' money to build parking spaces for others. But the most important thing today is green space. Green space. Danny Concrete Said wants to replace green space with car park.
Point of order.
He's making up bullshit.
Point of order.
I'm sorry to
Language.
Thank you, councillors.
Emotion rather than fact.
Okay, councillors.
Actually, I called a point of order first.
All right, just hold on. There is clearly language which is not appropriate for a council chamber.
Mr. Mayor, but someone get...
Okay, thank you. I take it you retract that language. Okay, thank you. I will now hear from Councillor Hamilton.
So my point of order is it's 1511D that the Councillor D'Souza is impugning and calling Councillor said names, and it's just really unbecoming behaviour.
Okay. What I will do is I will remind councillors to refer to them by their names and their names only. Councillor D'Souza, please continue.
Mayor, I'm very sorry if it offends the truth. Sometimes offends people, but the truth must be told. It's not the truth. But the fact is that green space, councillors, is going to be replaced by concrete. And the residents are saying, we don't want it. What we want is that Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Burst.
we were told about imputing.
Councillor Burst.
Imputing.
Sorry. So, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Burst, you know that is a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice. If you continue to interject, I will throw you out.
Oh, will you?
Yes. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, could you please conclude your remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The residents have made it clear. Mr. Bella, his family, all, Mr. Fagan, Chris, who's the other co-chair, they've all appealed to me and said, look, you speak for our community. They speak for themselves. And that's what it's boiled down to. Because when you start not putting forward the residents' views, you're only representing yourself. And that's a selfish agenda. My agenda is a community agenda, and I can go through this phone, but I only have 2 minutes. Now I have 8 minutes. But the truth is, the residents don't want this, and this is not going to do any good for the community. We want to protect green space. We want to put fencing up so that we can have that beautiful part of La Perouse and Little Bay in the pristine condition it is. Remember, the principle of intergenerational equity, but my time is up. They can look it up for themselves and work it out for themselves. The principle of intergenerational equity, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, we will conduct ourselves in a way that is becoming of elected officials in relation to that. I want to be really clear. If that behaviour continues, I will throw people out. It is the fact. Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst. Thank you. In relation to that, I will go speaking. So we've had 2 for. We now require 1 against. Councillor Luxford, do you have a question? It's just there's 2 for. Okay. As it is a question, I will go to Councillor Luxford and then I will go to Councillor Veach speaking against. Councillor Luxford, your question.
Just through to the movers of this motion, I don't see concrete being proposed anywhere in this motion. So what do you envisage that would be put there?
Through to the mover of the motion.
Thank you for the question. As was proposed in the original motion, as been proposed, as I've explained to anyone who's ever asked, it is totally based on ground. It's got road base, and it's totally based on the car parks that already exist at Murray Street and at Wade Avenue, which in the middle of Anzac Parade, just in front of the Pizza Hut. And that's all we've ever said. We've said it from the beginning. No lines, no plain spaces. It's just gravel. If anyone wants to go and have a look at it, which you perfectly could have done rather than make up stuff, is that concrete was never mentioned. And there was only one person that ever complained. But they're also, at the same time, as I said, thank you for that. It's road base, and all we're doing is then we put the Arris logs completely along the rest of the area, and that way no one else can park there and it's all green space.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I'm 100% in support of Councillor D'Souza. We've all received emails from residents really strongly opposed. It went to the traffic committee and it was deferred, and people were very upset about that. The residents of South Ward have indicated that very strongly that they want to keep this area for green space, and they want to get rid of all of the caravans and trailers that are just totally cluttering up that area. The northern part of that median area does have the little fencing, the logs or whatever they're called, and it's beautiful, and people like to walk their dogs there. They often walk greyhounds and things, because I see them when I'm working at the jail. And it's, people have been calling this for years. I even had a motion quite a few years ago about this. Nothing ever really happened. So I'd really urge councillors to reject this motion, because we cannot be using council resources to build car parks on public land they're not even vehicles, they're just trailers, or caravans. We go down there, everyone sees it. There's no cars parked there.
Well, that's incorrect.
Excuse
me. Thank you, Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, please continue. Please continue.
Point of order?
I will hear the point of order, but it needs to be a point of order under the Code of Meeting Practice.
Point of order is that there is cars parked in that area. So to make a statement that is not correct should be withdrawn.
No, that's not a point
There's
of
cars
order.
parked there.
Sit
Do you
down.
want me to show you photos?
So, Councillor Burst, thank you. I've heard it. I rule that it isn't a point of order. Please sit down. Councillor Veach, please continue.
So, please support the removal of these, gigantic caravans, trailers, and what have you from this beautiful green space. All of the councillors have supported the bike path going down to La Perouse, and that's what we hope we're going to get. It'll be amazing. We should be greening that area, supporting what the local residents have been writing in to say that they want.
Councillor said to close the debate.
Mr. Mayor, it's actually very embarrassing that, we've tried to offer solutions for the people, because as Councillor Burst said, that the majority are cars, they're not boats, trailers, etc. The majority of people, when you drive in that area, are cars. And the cars that are parked willy-nilly all over the place. We've already had 2 accidents on Malabar. So we're trying to propose a controlled solution, and actually I emphasise the word solution, because when these cars, boats, trailers, etc., end up on our public streets in front of residential houses, I will be redirecting those emails to the councillors who wanted the green space.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. There's been a request for a division moved by Councillor D'Souza. Is there a seconder for the division? Seconded by Councillor Veach. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst. All those against. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the motion lost. 8-7. Thank you. We now move to NM4/25. Notice of motion from Councillor Wilson, 128 Mount Street. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure that everyone noticed, and the Speaker mentioned tonight, there are 2 motions on this particular property, regarding this particular property, and they're both trying to do slightly different things. And so I'm anticipating there'll be an amendment moved by Councillor Asgari to address that. The reason that I moved in this way, Councillor Martin's pointed out that in the next LEP, this particular property was marked as one that would be investigated for its heritage properties, its heritage qualities. That is an objective test, so that needs to be done. What my motion's aiming to do is to bring that evaluation forward, so that we start doing it now, rather than at the time of the next LEP being prepared. So that's my reason for moving this.
Thank you. Councillor Asgari.
I seek to move an amendment that council, and I've sent email to Mr. Kelly, that the council, 1, endorse the placement of an interim heritage order on 128 Mount Street, Coogee, if it is considered that the site and or the building's heritage fabric is likely to be harmed through the lodgement of a development application or complying development certificate. And B, make it known that number 128 Mount Street is being investigated as part of the Heritage Review Program currently underway by Randwick City Council.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you accept the amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Asgari, do you seek to second the motion? I believe you do.
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, when the Speaker was there, I talked about the precautionary principle. As I said, in environmental law, there are 2. When judgments are made, one is the...
Sorry, can I please have a procedural motion to extend the meeting for... Sorry, can I, Councillor Veach, can I confirm it's a
I just have a
procedural?
question.
No, Councillor Veach, can I please have a procedural motion to
It
extend
is-
the meeting for
well,
an hour?
I will do that
And I'll
to
second
12
it.
o'clock
Thank
or
you.
12:30.
I'll second it.
However, there's only 2 speakers allowed, and surely the mover and seconder must speak.
While strictly true, we're going to deal with the procedural motion first. All those in favour of extending the meeting? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Veach is correct on the point of technicality. Are there any speakers against? Councillor Hay. No
I'd like to
against.
first ask a question to the mover or the seconder. Do you have any evidence that the property itself is likely? Sorry, the exact phrase was likely either currently under harm or being harmed at the moment.
My understanding on advice from the Director of City Planning is that the building would be considered under threat if a development application was received seeking to demolish the building. So at the moment, that's not the case, but if that should occur, this motion will ensure that A, Council's already investigated the heritage value of the property, and B, that we're prepared to put on an interim heritage order. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Councillor Martin, are you speaking against?
Can I just ask a question to the relevant
Yes.
officer? Perhaps, could you just clarify the situation again? I know you did send an email out to us all. Could you just clarify the actual procedure of what happens in relation to this property going forward?
I might give you some context first, sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Martin. The property was sold last Saturday, and at an auction, the person who purchased the property has been in discussion with us, the council staff, and we are talking with some options with that property owner about what they may do to the property. So that's just some context there. The second thing, of course, is the property as is not under threat because we don't know what's going to happen to property, so we cannot put an IHO on the property. Thank you.
Councillor Sed, are you speaking against? Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question to the relevant officer. We did a very comprehensive, and I think I've mentioned this a few times, very comprehensive plan of heritage houses for the LEP, and there was something like 70 properties. And I remember there were some properties that were very sort of iffy, whereas this one looks like you can tell a mile away that it's heritage value. So I can't understand how this is about the third one we've got now so far that missed that heritage review. Does that mean we need to do another one, or is it the people that we had to do it weren't that good? I just don't understand how something that obvious got missed when there was other houses that were tiny little pieces got on there. And there was something like 70 houses or something that went on the LEP.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor said, that heritage study that was done was a community-based heritage study. All right, so we were relying on people from the community to tell us. For us to do it ourselves, and that's a $300,000 project, right? Because we'd have to go through all the streets. However, we are looking. The staff are actively now, when they're out and about, looking at properties. So we try to reduce what's going on here, that we get this ad hoc approach. We're coming back to you later in the year with, there's 100 other properties that are still being looked at that weren't considered in the last heritage study. So we'll be looking at those through various batches, and we hope things like this, we don't do this again. I agree, it's not a good look for council, but it just does happen.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no further speakers against, Councillor Wilson, do you wish to reply? Okay, thank you. I'll now put it. All those in, it being a planning matter, I believe a record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillor Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach, Hay, Luxford. I believe it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we now move to NM5/25, notice of motion for Councillor Burst, 125th anniversary of the Federation of Australia, January 2026.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Move Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. As you're all aware, 125-year anniversary of Federation of Australia. We should all be very proud. If we're all Australians, all have Australian passports. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for that day. It was also celebrated down at the obelisk at Centennial Park. So it was in our area that all of this happened. And I'm looking that we lead celebrations within the Randwick LGA for the month of January as part of the anniversary. That we use the arts and culture budget, but also include potential federal grant funding to include as in our operational budget for 25-26. And it's also, it would contribute to the Randwick Community Strategic Plan, Objective A9 and A9/4. I ask for our councillors to support this. If we're proud Australians, I think it speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton is the seconder.
I fully support Councillor Burst, and he makes some great points. It is pretty special that this event happened in our LGA. So it'll be, I think, required of us, a responsibility of us to do something quite special and, celebrate the 125th anniversary in a way that everyone would feel proud and feel very welcomed and help celebrate those wonderful things that are called Australian values and it's the Australian culture. So I hope everyone supports this.
Are there any speakers against? Councillor Veach.
I'm just moving an amendment which I've sent through to Mr. Kelly. I think it's going to be a significant event. We should definitely look at recognising it in some way, but I don't think that the kind of level of expenditure and activities and expenditure from the arts and culture budget and so on is necessarily necessary for this. We can put out some good stuff through our comms channels as determined by the council staff. They do an amazing job. Could be in Scene magazine or in some other kind of way. And obviously stuff on our social media channels and e-bulletins and so on the actual date. Even some educational stuff would actually be appropriate. So there's lots of really good things that we can do. But I'm sure the Commonwealth Government will be taking carriage and paying for appropriate commemoration, quite likely in our LGA. So I don't see that we need to expend a significant amount of council funds on this, where there will already be events happening, likely very right here in our LGA, paid for by the Commonwealth. So I hope you can support my amendment.
Do I have a seconder? It's Councillor Wellington. Thank you.
I'll just second that, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against the amendment? Okay. Oh, sorry, I apologise. Councillor Burst, do you accept it?
No, I don't.
Okay, didn't think so. Thank you. Are there any other speakers against the amendment? Okay, there being no further speakers against the amendment, moved Councillor Veach, seconded Councillor Hamilton. We will now put it. Point of order. I said Wellington, didn't I? My apologies. Clearly it was Councillor Wellington. Moved. We almost broke the curse. All those in favour of the amendment Veach Wellington, say aye. Aye. All those against? Aye. Okay, there's been a call for a division, called Hamilton Rosenfeld. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Okay, I have councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, D'Souza, and the Mayor. All those against, please raise your hand. All those against. Yes, I will hear the point of order after we do it. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. This is against.
The other one.
Yes, all that. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin. Okay, I will seek clarification from the General Manager as you cannot vote twice in a division. Mr. General Manager, could you please provide clarification as to how I would deal with a situation like that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, a councillor voted twice on the same matter.
That's not clear because it's not indicated on the division notification.
Councillor Hamilton, the General Manager is providing advice. Mr. General Manager, is there anything further?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my suggestion would be that there be a re-vote on this.
Okay, thank you. All right. In relation to the amendment moved Veach, Wellington, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Councillors Wellington, Councillors Magna, Councillor Veach, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Wilson, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against, we have Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asgari, Said and Burst. I declare the amendment lost. Okay, we now return back to Councillor Burst. Okay, thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. All right, we now move to NM6/25, notice of motion from Councillor Burst for the Australia Day Citizenship Ceremony and review of the Community Service Awards. Councillor Burst, could you please, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
What a great day that was in January this year. We had a full house, people excited to become Australian citizens, people who are getting Australia Day awards. We're very proud of that. So it's a no-brainer. 70% of the population want Australia Day to stay Australia Day on the 26th of January. So I ask all of my councillors to support this. This is a day that's important to bring all Australians together. Now, I'd like to just make an amendment to this, if I could. So where I talk about in point B, Australia Day flag designs, if we can change the flag to banner designs. And further down in the next C, where it says Australia Day flags, change that to Australia Day banners. And in the background, if we can change Australia Day flag designs to banner. So there's 3 points to this. One is fix the date of Australia Day on the 26th, as it was this year, and it was so popular, and the Community Service Awards. Secondly, look at an Australia Day design for the banners. A lot of people said to me it didn't look like it was Australia Day. So this is an opportunity to involve the Australian flag, the green and gold of Australia, the animals of Australia, and we can use part of our arts and culture. We can go out to the schools and get them to come up with the design on the banner. So they're involved in celebrating Australia Day with a big flag on it, beautiful green and yellow colours, and also Australian animals. So it's a three-pronged view, and it gets our younger kids involved and be proud of the day that we should all be proud of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld as the seconder.
Yes, I do believe we always should hold the ceremony, both citizenship and community awards, on the day. Also, fully agree with Councillor Burst that looking not all the LGA, but at certain parts of the LGA, it seemed to lack a lot of Australian flags on the poles when you compare it with other LGAs. So I really think it's important that we do that. It's this time of year that we're celebrating, and it's important that we have that throughout the whole LGA, and people know exactly what we're celebrating. So fully commend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, thank you.
Sorry, I was vaguing out at 11:45. Yeah, look, I can't support this motion. We have, I think we all have different views on January 26, but, it could be argued that, there are pretty good attempts to strike that balance. We've got culture on country where we, tonight we actually had a condolence motion for Uncle Vic Sims, who just proudly, represented his people and our entire community, as do all the other amazing singers at that event. We have, excuse me?
Please continue,
just talking
Councillor
about Uncle Vic
Veitch.
Sims.
Please continue.
So, thank you. So, it's not appropriate to go for this singular vision, of what it means, because actually we have a really diverse community, and it is our obligation to represent those, not just the views of, a few individuals. That is our obligation. We're not a monoculture, and we never will be, and we wouldn't want it to be. And for all the talk about, certain things around here, there is a view constantly to try and bring it back to one particular view, which is not representative of our entire diverse community. So I cannot support this.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
I'd just like to say that whilst all views should be respectfully observed, there are many, many people in our LGA and many First Nations people who find that the celebration of Australia Day is quite challenging, and there is a considerable amount of people who would support changing the date, so I can't support the motion either. Thank you.
Thank you. That's 2 for, 2 against. I'll now put it. Councillor Burst, do you wish to reply?
Actually, I will reply, and in the interest of conciliation, when I talk about the banners, I talk about 50% of the banners, because we have banners that already have country and culture. So, but we have no banners that have an Australian flag or an Australian animal or whatever. So we don't have to have all those banners having only an Australian flag on them. I'm happy that it's a 50-50. And that way we're being diverse and inclusive. And if we don't do that, well, that's probably the best way to go, and it's better for bringing everybody together as one. So I'm happy to amend the motion to suggest that the banners, that there's a 50-50 design. No? No? No. Okay, I'll leave it as it is. All right.
Okay, it'll cover everything.
Let's just
be diverse, be inclusive.
Thank you. We'll now put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against?
No.
Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Councillor Veitch and Councillor Wellington has requested their names as being voting against. Thank you. We now move to NM7/25, Notice of Motion for Councillor Veitch, the environmental and health impacts from industrial contamination in Kamei Botany Bay.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Look, obviously everyone would be aware that we've got a number of parliamentary inquiries, two, one at a federal and one at a state level. And this issue has been around for a very, very long time. It's been something on my mind that I've been wanting to sort of bring up to council for a number of years. I've even discussed it with Councillor Said.
Oh. I was going to put my hand up, but your name's up.
Oh, I don't mind.
I didn't
yeah.
call for a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sid.
Because one thing, look, obviously there's a lot of information here. Hopefully people have had a chance to at least read some of it. It's extremely likely that the airport site has been, probably the source of a vast amount of PFAS contamination, and I understand that there have been a number of investigations over the years that have never been reported, and I've seen photos of the firefighting testing that happens there. I'll try and speak quickly because I've only got 2 minutes. And it's not like hoses, it's literally like a massive tank with like the equivalent of a water cannon spraying out PFAS, and it just runs off into the bay, or it did, I don't think they do it anymore, or it is absorbed into the soil and goes out into the bay since like 1970, 4 times a week. It's the other reason I've brought this up is that I've just become aware of over the years of so many of our senior members, particularly of the Lapa South Ward area, who have cancer, either have had multiple surgeries. These people, I'm not going to name names, but they would be known to many people here, who have had multiple surgeries, people who have passed away, and these are people who, as children, would have been playing in the water, swimming, and consuming seafood. So we need to do everything we can to find out what's going on and ensure that our community is kept safe. Thank you.
Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I commend this motion. As anyone who knows that's lived in the area for a long time will tell you that this is historically, it's actually atrocious what's been happening in our waterways, especially Botany Bay, from ICI, etc., all the people you met, the airport. And what brought it more to my attention tonight, I was sitting next to Auntie Barb, and we were talking about exactly this, and we were talking about this motion, and she mentioned that the prevalence of breast cancer in that area, because there was a dump next door to the mission, and also the people that worked at ICI. I think you could probably find a handful of people out of the hundreds that worked there that are still alive, because the rest of them have died of cancer. So I commend you for this, and the more we can do to help the people of around that area, around Botany Bay, that we should do more investigations about this, and we should do our utmost to clean it all up. Thank you.
Sorry, just prior to going to Councillor Gordon, can I just confirm with Councillor Veach, are you moving as per the business paper? Okay, all right, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to move an amendment to this motion. I'm sorry, David, I didn't send this to you in this current wording, but the amendment would be to strike out section F. Sorry, that's a lot of text. It's different from the one that I sent you, sorry. Okay, so it would be strike out section F and to strike out the final item and replace with, so I think this version has almost the correct writing. So just between the 7 and 8, can you add 2 additional items? The first one is calls for all Sydney Airport reports on PFAS to be publicly available. And the following one is, sorry. And calls on the federal government to update the National Assessment Guidelines, for dredging to include PFAS and other contaminants of concern which have emerged over the past 16 years. Mr. Mayor, may I start speaking to this? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Veach, for bringing this to attention. I just wanted to address, with an amendment, some concerns I have with the motion as written, as someone with both a background in chemistry and also a personal relation to this issue. Those who know me personally will know that, and she has given me permission to talk about this. My mum survived a pretty nasty run-in with breast cancer. What I have learned about people who have survived cancer is that the number one thing that they want is answers. Why me? What did I do that caused this? And if you offer blood tests for PFAS, those individuals, they will take up the offer. And the problem is that PFAS is a family of up to 7 million chemicals encompassing everything from toxic firefighting foam to chemicals as harmless as Teflon. PFAS is said to have breached... Sorry, could I get an extension for that?
Yep. Yeah, no, look, there's a procedural motion from Councillor Burst and Councillor Magna to extend for another 2 minutes.
Yes, I'll be quick. There's not a single corner of the earth that is PFAS free. If you go looking for PFAS in people's blood, you will find it. The consequence of this is that widespread blood testing for PFAS would cause a huge amount of confusion and distress in the community, which I think is quite dangerous. And the remainder of the calls to action in this motion, I think, do prejudge the outcome of any investigations and appear to imply that the state government is mishandling any contamination incident. I don't think it's fair or reasonable to suggest that, so I wish to change the resolution to that which I've outlined. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, I'll call for a seconder, and then I'll just, in relation to second of Councillor Magna. So Councillor Magna, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor, do you accept it? A question to the mover of the amendment. Yep.
Councillor Gordon, I don't accept the amendment, but I was just going to say if you would be willing to support the original wording of the motion, but removing that last point about the blood screenings.
Thank you, Councillor Veach, but unfortunately, as I said, the rest of those calls to action also include things that I believe are unreasonable.
Right, okay.
Thank you. Are there any speakers opposed to the amendment? Okay, there being no speakers opposed to the amendment. Yep, Councillor Hamilton.
Unfortunately, Councillor Gordon gave himself away, and he's not talking about just removing the blood testing. His final closing was, and blaming the state government is a bit unfair. So he's protecting any criticism of the state government. It shouldn't be about whether the state government, if we're having a jab, or if we're trying to make them accountable for actions that may have been before they were even elected. So don't make it political. I think that's just really poor form.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers opposed to the amendment? There being no further speakers, we will now put the amendment. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare the amendment lost. Have we had any further there's been a call from Councillor Luxford for a division in relation to it. Is there a second for the call for the division in relation to that? Seconded by Councillor Gordon. Okay, we'll now put it on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? We have Councillor Magna, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Wilson, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? We have Councillor Hamilton, Willington, Veach, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asghari, said, Burst. I declare the amendment lost. Okay, thank you. We now return to the substantive motion as moved by Councillor Veach. All those in favour of the motion as moved, Councillor, are you opposed to it?
I will just make a very slight amendment to the motion, which is to remove the final point referring to the blood tests.
That's fine. Thank you. All right, that's now removed. Are there any further speakers opposed? Okay, there being no further speakers opposed, I now put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Declare it carried. Thank you. Where are we? We're on NM8/25. Notice of motion from Councillor Hay, Captain Cook statue restoration. Moved by Councillor Hay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin. Councillor Hay.
All right, thank you, everyone. So I'd like to move this in a slightly amended form. As some people are aware, the restoration works have already begun, and also, so this is an amended form that I sent through. So rather than, as you may be aware, the CCTV cameras are actually begun installing today. So the new wording I sent through on an email, it reflects that it's already happening, but we'll still do a security audit to see if anything further is required. And also then that leaves, sorry, I'd like it on the record, so very much, the attack on the statue was absolutely horrible. Captain Cook is a national hero and deserves to have a statue of him, and he should be honoured as a great man of history. And also, I want it on the record that the statue needs to stay where it is. I have a book in front of me written by one of the councillors in this room. To quote it briefly, the statue of Cook faces Botany Bay and is located at the crossroads of Avoca Street and Belmore Road. These roads were originally an Aboriginal walking track and became an early trading route. This is a very significant site in Randwick where two cultures meet. That's also a quote from the Art Gallery of New South Wales. So the position, despite the attack, despite that happened 2 days before Australia Day, we need to preserve our history, preserve our culture, and preserve the legacy of a good man, and preserve it in the location where it has been very carefully placed and deserves to stay exactly where it is. Thank you.
Can I just interrupt by saying, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Danny, happy birthday to you.
Hey. Okay. I will let that clear act of disorder slide. Councillor Martin is the seconder.
Andrew Hay said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington speaking
I'd like
against.
to amend the motion.
Councillor Wellington, your amendment?
My amendment is to replace B with that council consults with the community about options for the future location of the statue, including the relocation of the statue to a museum with interpretive signage, and to delete C. I think that the fact that there have been 2 attacks on this statue reflects the tip of the iceberg of community deep feeling, both for and against it, and we should go to the community to find out what the true feelings about this statue are and where it should be. And I wish to acknowledge that some people find the statue of Captain Cook very triggering and difficult. And we should hear more about the way they feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veach is the seconder.
Yeah, I very much support this amendment. I don't think it's that controversial, to be honest. We're continuing to spend a lot of money on this. It should be placed in its appropriate context. It will be protected. It will be on display. I don't see the issue of putting this there. If we were looking to commission a work of public art for this location now, we would not put it there. So I think we need to kind of consider the broader views of our community, protect this historic work, and look at other options, because what we've got at the moment clearly is not working.
Thank you.
I reject the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Speaking against the amendment, I saw Councillor Rosenfeld, then I saw Councillor Burst.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the extraordinary meeting last year, just briefly, I'm just going to mention that we need to remember that, and it has been reported by authors like Peter Fitzsimons, who isn't really a conservative person, that Captain Cook instructed his crew only to use force at last resort against the Indigenous persons that they encounter. So people need to remember that. It's not said often enough. He was like a magnificent navigator and cartographer, and should always be recognised.
Thank you. I believe it's already until 12:30, but if you, yeah, it's already until 12:30. Thank you. Councillor Burst.
Through to the relevant officer, notice of motion NM 44/17, which was on the 27th of June 2017. Councillor Nielsen put forward a motion that Captain Cook statue be added to the state register and any other relevant heritage lists. It was the first statue erected in New South Wales to Cook. It represents, commemorates Cook on the 1870 and was erected by Captain Thomas Watson on the grounds of the residence Cook's Lodge on the 27th of October 1874 on the anniversary of Cook's birthday. Unveiled in 1874, the statue was presented to the Municipal Council of Randwick by H.S. Gibson in 1910. The figure and pedestal are both composed of Pyrmont freestone and other work of the colonial artist Walter McGill of Sydney. So I'd just like to confirm that became, was listed to the state register and to the relevant heritage listings through to the relevant officer.
The relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, I'll check that and get back to you.
It is.
Thank you.
I'm assuming it would be, but so I think we even had one of our learned former councillors who was right in a heritage and heritage listing. I'm sure she wouldn't want the monument moved to another location, but would rather prefer it to be in its place as part of the heritage significance, just as we wouldn't want a heritage house to be moved to another location. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. No, it's Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld, have you spoken?
Yes, I have spoken.
Yeah, okay.
I was one of the ones speaking.
Thank you. Okay, that's 2 for, 2 against. It being an amendment, there is no reply, so I'll now put it. All those in favour of the amendment, Wellington Veach? All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Aye. I declare the amendment lost. Okay, we now move to the remaining debate on the motion. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, I'll now put it. Councillor Hay, do you wish to close the debate? No. Okay, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Veach would like her name recorded as voting against, including Councillor Wellington. We now move to NM9/25, Notice of Motion from Councillor Wellington, switching to all electric domestic appliances, a partnership proposal with the federal government. Moved Councillor Wellington, seconded Councillor Magna.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I'll take the motion as read. I ask you to recall the speaker in favour, the very excellently qualified Dr. Anthony Hull, who's an anaesthetist and co-chair of the Australian Doctors for the Environment, who put very clear case that gas into the domestic environment is extremely risky. We all care about the health and well-being of the people of Randwick. People who live in fully electric homes breathe cleaner air and are at less risk than their neighbours using gas appliances. The fact is, gas pollutes the air in homes and puts people at risk of serious illness. A recent Australian study found that gas cooktops are associated with 12% of childhood asthma in Australia. When gas is burned, many toxic products cause pollution in the home, exposing people to carcinogenic chemicals such as benzene and nitrous oxide, linked to an increased risk for leukemia and lymphoma. Fully electric homes are cheaper to build and cheaper to run. People who live in them are healthier and better off. This motion seeks to provide the people in Randwick with more options and support to live in healthier home environments and save money. Randwick Council should take the lead and encourage the community to make healthy, sustainable choices, as we do in many other ways. And this motion also seeks a report from council officers outlining options to update its development control plan to encourage and require new developments to be fully electric. Thank you.
Councillor Magna is the seconder.
Very briefly, I think this is a well thought out resolution. There was a compelling speaker that was in the public gallery at the beginning of the meeting that brought our attention to the public health risks of using gas that I think is becoming more widely known, and there are electric alternatives available. I think this resolution is a very reasonable and moderate one that just asks the council investigate those options and doesn't necessarily commit us other than to get better and further particulars and information so that we can evaluate our options going forward, and therefore it's worth supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Magna. Councillor Gordon.
I would just like to move an amendment. Sorry, Mr. Kelly, I also did not send this. Well, there may have been confusion, but the amendment is to strike out point E and replace with rights to the Minister for Planning advocating for strengthened BASIX requirements, BASIX, to limit the prevalence of gas connections in new builds.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Luxford.
Thank you. Look, regarding the first 4 points of this resolution, I mean, I do like the idea to partner with the federal government to, you know, if people want to get rid of their old gas appliances and just need some funding to do so, I think that's great. I mean, degasification voluntarily is a good thing. I like the carrot, I just don't like the stick. I believe it's better to encourage people to live sustainably rather than to, you know, force them with an outright ban on gas stoves. And the BASIX framework, which sets the minimum energy efficiency requirements for new homes and for recently renovated homes, already incorporates the GHG emissions from gas stoves into this framework. So if you're building a really efficient home and you put things like, you know, rooftop PV or a power wall or really good insulation in your home, then I think you've done enough and you should be able to have a gas stove. And that's what this motion would seek to achieve, giving people the freedom to cook with their desired source of thermal energy, but also encouraging people to make their new homes more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford is the seconder.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Gordon here. People should also be able to have the choice of what they would like to have in their home. I don't believe that that we live in a country that tells us what we have to eat, what we have to wear, what we have to drink, what we have to, you know, whatever. So if people want gas, and I'm aware of BASIX, you know, because I've done home renovations myself, that if we go down that track and people balance, then they should be able to have the choice of gas or electricity.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against the amendment?
Oh, no, I was just going to speak in support, but I'm probably overdue for that. Yes.
I would love to allow you, but I can't. Are there any?
There should be a choice. They shouldn't have a choice.
Councillor Burst has a question.
My question is through the relevant officer. If this comes into play, what would happen to Chinese restaurants or Asian restaurants where the wok is their main form of cooking? It's, you know, like it's called flash frying or frying in the wok. They love their gas. They won't cook without gas. So we don't want to discriminate against any of our citizens in any of our regions. So would they still be able to use gas cooking in a restaurant in a new building, for instance?
I take that as a general question relating to both the amendment and the motion. Is that correct?
Definitely.
Yep. Okay. Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Burst, I will think I'll have to take that one on notice, but I guess I'm assuming we would start doing an education campaign and starting to phase it in.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers against the amendment? There being no speakers against the amendment, we'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Okay, we'll now go to a division. Okay, thank you. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. Okay. Yeah. Also, sorry. All those in favour of the amendment, raise your hand. I have. Look, for several years, Randwick Council, well, actually for many decades, Randwick Council was able to manage without the live minutes. But what we will do is we will give Councillor Gordon the ability to outline the amendment for the benefit of the meeting in relation to it, to give everyone time in order to consider it, particularly for the class of 2017. We had several years without the live minutes and we did just fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this amendment would strike out section E, which, according to the minutes, is the section that requires no new gas connections and developments. That would strike out that section and replace it with rights to the Minister for Planning advocating for strengthened basics requirements to limit the prevalence of gas connections in new builds.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to a division. All those in favour of the amendment, raise your hand. Thank you. We have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Martin, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? We have Councillor Willington, Magna and Veach and Asghari. I declare the amendment carried. Councillor Gordon now has carriage of the motion. Are there any further speakers on the motion as moved now by Councillor Gordon? Okay, there being no further speakers on that, Councillor Willington, do you wish to close the debate?
Reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. I declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we have NM 10/25, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld making Hanukkah event a permanent fixture. Okay. I saw Councillor Rosenfeld and I go to Councillor Martin.
Okay, those that attend, we had a very successful Hanukkah event, the initial one last year. Rabbi Goldstein was a fantastic MC, and I believe that we now should make it a permanent event in the Randwick event calendar and to be funded in the 25-26 event budget. I'd like the councillors to be able to have 2 guests each, because I noticed this year having 1 guest each was a little bit prohibitive, so I'd like that's why I put that in the motion as well. But it's only 1 extra per person, and I'm sure we'll have the room to fit that in. So yeah, I appreciate your support.
Councillor Martin is the seconder.
Thank you. Conscious of the time, I totally support what Councillor Rosenfeld said so wisely. I too attended an event, and I do agree that a few more guests to be allowed to attend because of such a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers opposed? There being no speakers opposed, I take it that you may.
Back in the tracks here, we sort of move not to celebrate like religious type things. We've had arguments about flags going up, etc., etc. If this motion goes through, that will then allow us to head down the track of being able to celebrate all sorts of religions and religious days, feasts, fests. I was going to put through a Ramadan motion, except for Ramadan starts now, so it was too early for us to be able to do anything in a hurry. But, yeah, so will we be comfortable with celebrating, through to the relevant officer, other religious events and days and etc. down the track?
Through to the General Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillors, that'd be a matter for council, so if you choose to do that, and move a resolution to do that, you certainly do it.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close?
I was just going to say that we already do celebrate, obviously, the carols every year, celebrating the great holiday of well, it is religious because it's Christmas is a religious festival that Christians celebrate. So yeah, the carols are fantastic. I attended since I've been elected. I've attended every year, and it's great to see that. So, and thanks for your support. I hope you get your support on the Hanukkah.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM11/25.
Second.
Before I move to the mover, could I please just have a procedural motion to extend the meeting for another half an hour? Yep. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Gordon. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Rosenfeld, and the seconder is Councillor Hay.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. That as the speaker mentioned earlier, there's so many good stories to share in the Jewish community, and there's a lot of hurt in the community at the moment with so many anti-Semitic attacks. I already went through that earlier, so I won't go through that again. But I think it'll be great in Harmony Week to share these stories. It's coming up next month, and I ask for your support.
Councillor Hay is the seconder. To a seconder. A seconder.
Yeah, okay, I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone opposed? There being no one opposed, I'll now put it as you don't wish to reply to yourself. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM12/25, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, Heffron Centre restricted parking.
Okay, I've had some correspondence.
Sorry? Moved Councillor Rosenfeld. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Burst.
I've had some correspondence from a couple of residents, and I've spoken to a couple of stakeholders in the area at the Heffron Centre, that people are parking basically using the car park for long-term parking, and some certain persons that are wanting to go and visit, for instance, the Borough Cafe they mentioned, are unable to get a park, and I did speak to a couple of the stakeholders there, and they did mention it is a bit of an issue. I don't know exactly why people are parking there so long. However, I think it's fitting that we get a report put together to look at the possibility of having 4-hour parking. Obviously, employees at the centre will be exempted, and I've been told that the South Sydney Rabbitohs staff already have their own parking area as well. So obviously they'll have their exemption, and I'd like the report to involve community consultation involving the stakeholders as well as the community. So I ask for your support.
With the indulgence of the meeting, look, I'm broadly in support of it. I just have a question through to the mover of the motion. Would you accept a very, very moderately amended text? It's just suggested on the basis of purity, just because we don't normally do employee exemptions.
Yeah.
That point A read that asks for a report into the idea of limiting parking at Heffron Centre to 4 hours with consideration of exemptions, full stop.
Yep.
So it still does that. You just strike out the explicit mention of employees. That's all it is.
Yep, that's fine.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. So if you're happy to do that, I'm happy to.
Yep.
Okay, great. The seconder of the motion.
I'll reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. NM13/25 has been dealt with by virtue of the previous motion, so I'll have it removed from the paper. Thank you. NM14/25, notice of motion from Councillor Veach, Snake Park Environmental and Social Impacts Report. Moved Councillor Veach, seconded Councillor. It requires a seconder.
I'll second it.
Seconded Councillor Wellington.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Look, I will take this motion as read. Many of us, well, if not all of us, received quite a large volume of correspondence from residents in Story Street and the vicinity of Snake Park about this when the consultation about the indoor cricket facility went on public exhibition. So we got an influx of emails, and I also received some phone calls. And in response, in speaking to one of the residents who wasn't able to come here tonight, I drafted this motion and shared it with the residents. And we obviously had quite a lot of people coming in. There's a lot of interest in this. And so this is essentially asking for a report on a number of the concerns that they raised, particularly relating to the habitat trees, the impacts on wildlife, impacts potentially on the social and recreational use of the park, and they're also particularly concerned about traffic and so on. I'll just note that really the vast majority of Snape Park is the cricket oval, and so you can't walk your dog on there. There's a lot of people with dogs. You can't walk your dog on the oval, and so really the only space for the recreation is on that outer perimeter, and that particular spot is where all the trees are, so it's nice and cool and shady. In summer there are a lot of trees there. It's very nice. So it is in fact those parts around the perimeter that are the most used by the local residents. They can't really use the middle part with the cricket grounds that much at all, particularly if you have dogs. So I hope you can support this motion. They're not against the amenity block or even the car park. It really is mostly the cricket facility, which, as they noted, doesn't serve many people. Thank you.
Councillor Willington.
Just briefly, in favour of the motion, seconding it. Earlier we heard from Auntie Maxine Ryan and urging us to be mindful of our responsibilities as custodians of land, country, and I just want to speak on behalf of wildlife. I'm a member of WIRES, so I declare an interest to speak on behalf of wildlife, and the loss of a dozen mature habitat trees would be a catastrophe for animals and birds who live in that area. The loss of shade would be very detrimental to humans who want to do things other than play cricket in that area, and I'm very much in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers opposed?
I'd like to move an amendment. I've asked Mr. Kelly to bring up an email. Particularly the points raised in the original motion's point E, that would effectively bring a halt to everything that's happening, and particularly the phrase prior to any further work being undertaken. As you may be aware, this is currently available on Your Say Randwick, and feedback is open until the 3rd of March. We are currently undergoing the public consultation, and I don't think we should be in a position where what we're doing is we're getting ahead of the public consultation. What I want to have is the consultation finish, have that feedback report come to council, and then we make our actions moving forward. I don't really think it's right to put a halt more halfway through the project at this stage.
Do I have a seconder to the amendment? Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Burst. Thank you. Councillor Burst is the seconder of the amendment.
I'll reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there speakers who are opposed to the amendment moved by Councillor Hay? Councillor Veach.
Yeah, I guess I would just say, and look, even if I have to put something else in, I would like the consultation to continue. So I don't know if that requires another point on my part. I will add another note, if that's okay, if I'm permitted to do that. Point F, that the current consultation that the report be conducted in conjunction with the current consultation, community consultation. So I don't want the current consultation to stop. And in any case, in terms of Councillor Hayes' amendment, obviously that nothing's going to be decided on Snape Park until after the community consultation anyway. So this is actually just asking for, so that it's kind of slightly redundant really. However, the community of that area have spoken very, very clearly. I've met with residents previously about other issues in Snape Park, and there's a really invested local community there who really use that park a lot. So I'd like the current consultation to continue, and I'd also like to get this report it should be a no-brainer really, and, you know, we do need to listen to what these residents want. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers against the amendment moved by Councillor Hay? There being no further speakers against the amendment, I'll now put the amendment from Councillor Hay that Council defer any decision on the upgrade of the Snake Park indoor facility until the results of the public consultation are available. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. I believe the amendment is lost. Yep, thank you. All right, we now move to the substantive motion as moved by Councillor Veitch. Are there any further speakers opposed to the amendment? There being, sorry, to the motion moved Veitch Wellington. Councillor Burst.
Question through the relevant officer. What impact would there be if this didn't go ahead, and has Randwick Cricket and the Matraville Tigers, have they already sort of planned for how this ground will be used in the future, or is it
through to the Director of City Services?
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. So the item that will come back to Council in the near future will be the results of the consultation exercise that's currently exhibited in relation to the concept design of the facility. That project program does consider a grant that has been allocated to that particular part of the project. So the project program is cognizant of that key milestone, which is on critical path now. The club, as for the clubs, Randwick Petersham Cricket and the South Juniors and Maroubra Lions, they're supportive of the concept, but we're still in the process of negotiation of how that may be utilised at the end of the project, but the actual design and scope of works fits their functional requirements.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford.
So it is critical to get a result.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford speaking against the motion moved Veitch Wellington.
Yeah, I can't support the motion. We bought the motion to have the upgrading of Snake Park some years ago now. I can't even remember when we did it. Both the cricket clubs and the football club are waiting for this. And we shouldn't delay any longer. The facilities there are useless. They're tired, they're old, they don't meet the requirements of today. So, and I just want to clarify too something that the speaker said about women and females not playing for the cricket club. Currently, the cricket club doesn't have any female teams per se, but they are running a junior female academy, which is encouraging female cricket players to, get in there, learn the game, hone their skills, and eventually they will be running female cricket teams into the future. So I think that's a plus for female sport, that the cricket club is conscious of not having female players there at this present time, but they are looking at getting that all happening. So can't support the motion. We need to get these facilities up and running, and the sooner the better.
Thank you. There being no more speakers against the motion moved Veitch Wellington, I'll now go to Councillor Veitch to close the debate.
Thank you. Councillors, as you're all aware, there is a huge amount of density increase in West Ward. Really, in terms of our LEP and all the HIAs and stuff, we're getting over 4,000, new people moving into the area. We've already got, I think, around 6, just some very, very high amount of student accommodation going in. There's just going to be thousands more people living in this area. we cannot afford to lose one little bit more of green space and open space for people to use. There is a cricket oval there, there are cricket nets there, there's all sorts of great facilities there for cricket. And also this isn't actually stopping any of that. This is actually just responding to the residents' requests to get a report of what the impacts are going to be. So it doesn't really, we will get the report back from the consultation, we'll get this report back, and then we'll get a report back on the actual facility, and council will vote on it then. So this is not stopping any of those things, but we need to listen to the residents who live there, and we also really need to consider the huge density increase in Kingsford that is coming down the line. And people are going to want to be, they will have, there'll be, we need places for people to go, and we need to protect our wildlife as well. So I hope you can support this report so council can be more fully informed about those impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. I declare the motion lost. Thank you. We now move to NM 15/25, notice of motion from Councillor Magna, investigation of line fishing ban at Clovelly. Moved Councillor Magna. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It might come as a surprise to many people that line fishing is still permitted in the area of Clovelly Bay. This is an area that has become increasingly popular with recreational swimmers, and occasionally there are people who cast a line out into that very highly trafficked space. The current rangers have difficulty in the current authority that they're permitted under Section 633 of the Local Government Act to reasonably enforce safety guidelines. So this motion is an attempt to look at options for regulating public safety in that space and to allow fishing on the rock area, but not in that area of the bay where people are swimming in high concentrations. I think it will come with universal support from the community. I've stood as a surf lifesaver many occasions, having conversations with my fellow surf lifesavers there, bewildered that the Clovelly Bay Management Plan currently permits fishing in that area. I could go on about the blue groper and the inconsistency with line fishing, but I think the motion speaks for itself, and I urge council to support the motion. Thank you.
I second the motion. Being also a councillor in North Ward and living very close to Clovelly Bay, it is a very significant risk to swimmers in the bay, and I've spoken to a resident who was in fact swimming and got caught up on a line and remonstrated with some boys who were doing the fishing, and they knew their rights, pulled out their phones and showed him the bit which says New South Wales Fisheries said we can fish here. So, they told him where he could go. So I think we need to approach New South Wales and see if they will, state government, if they will amend and consider the special case of Clovelly Bay, because it is a real risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers opposed? There being no speakers opposed, I take it you don't wish to reply, Councillor Magna. Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. NM 16/25, notice of motion from Councillor Magna. Review and update bus stops and shelters policy. Moved Councillor Magna. Seconded. Seconded Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Magna.
Again, given the hour, I think the motion speaks for itself. There was a discussion, I think, at my first council meeting with Carol Abella about a bus stop at La Perouse that led to a conversation that raised some questions about the current policy, the current contract that we have with JC Deco. With further inquiry, I noted that the current bus seat and bus stop policy is out of date as of August 2023. It seems like a timely opportunity for us to re-examine and rewrite that policy. There's a number of opportunities with bus stops for innovations of technology, for recharging your phone, for smart real-time information about buses for people. There's even opportunities perhaps to recharge electric vehicles using modern design, and I understand from my conversations with the council officers that the preparation of the contract and the tenders can take a fairly large amount of time. So the sooner we get cracking on developing the criteria and ensuring, importantly, that the placement of bus stops is based on data about where people want shelter and where they want to use the bus stops and the bus shelters, not driven by where the best position might be for advertising revenue. So this is something that we need to take control of as a council, and I think the sooner that we get working on that, or that we ask our officers to do the work, let's be honest, and we look at it from a strategic point of view, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no...
Can I just ask a question?
You can.
Especially, I'm in support, but Councillor D'Souza reserved is right. Is that
You
okay?
can ask a question.
I'll just speak. I'll speak in support because Councillor D'Souza didn't. But I won't speak long. My main issue is that I hope this will include perhaps a review of the design of the bus shelters. I actually raised this in another thing like a few years ago. So this should be happening anyway, but some of the, particularly the newer JC Deco bus stops that I've seen, like in City of Sydney, they're extremely tall. They've got a very narrow kind of awning, and they just actually don't provide that much shelter. So I would hate it if we adopted that. And even some of our current JC Deco bus shelters have like sort of glass or perspex roofs. They don't provide any shade, and they get very, very hot in summer. So I hope this means that we won't necessarily just take on some of these bus shelters, because I think they can offer a lot more protection with renewed designs. Would that be something you would? Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. I think.
In reply. Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. NM 17/25. Can't move Councillor Magna. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Councillor Magna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. I think that the motion speaks for itself. Looking at some of our wayfinding, and looking at the wayfinding in City of Sydney, in even Waverley Council and London, Paris. We spoke earlier about people's travels. I'm sure we've all travelled as well, and we can see that some of that wayfinding is top shelf. Our wayfinding probably could do with a little bit of a refresh, I believe. Some of the frustrations that the designers talk about is the way that the map is orientated, in ensuring that the map is orientated in exactly the way that the person looking at the map is standing, and so you don't have to sort of tilt your head. That there's a map on the other side. There's a number of signs that are seen around where they're an obelisk on the other side that doesn't have utilise the back end. And we have our coastal track where there is historical signage and environmental signage, some of which is looking a little tired and a little rusty and crusty. And I know that this is a big priority for our council. It's a major destination, and we should look at honouring our First Nation heritage, ensuring that it incorporates signage for people that are vision impaired, hearing impaired, and that it highlights navigation to local businesses and overall enhances the visitor experience. There's also even opportunities perhaps to integrate electronic signage, mixed views about that, but certainly when you look at the iconography that is utilised in the City of Sydney signage, there's opportunities for us to align ourselves with best practice so that a visitor from overseas has a seamless experience when they're visiting the city and they're visiting our part of the world as well.
Councillor Gordon is the seconder.
Thank you, I just went about right.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I just have a question. I moved a motion some years ago regarding signage in our town centres. It wasn't so much as a wayfaring, but we never got any. We're still waiting for the response on that one. So I would hope that my motion that I moved may be incorporated into this one here, and we might speed up the process of having signage in town centres that actually tells us what is going on, where to go, maybe where to eat, etc.
Councillor Burst, question?
Just a question through the relevant officer. On our website, we've got the facilities and recreation section, which talks about explore Randwick City. You can drill down into that. Beaches and coasts, parks, buildings, sports fields, all that sort of stuff. Don't we have the crux of that, the framework to do all that sort of stuff? We just need to add on to that through to the relevant officer.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We'd hope that our wayfinding strategy and the website complement one another, or the signage that one may find in the community is reflective of the information that is on the website as well. We have drafted our coastal wayfinding strategy, which is a really big body of work, and that should come to council shortly.
There being no further speakers, Councillor Magnet, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 18/25, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton investigating angle parking on Bishops Avenue, Clovelly. Now I'll call for a seconder. Second, Councillor Rosenfeld.
Look, it's very late, and I hope that everyone can see that this is something the residents would like investigated, and I hope I get your support. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. There any speakers against? Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the closed section of the agenda, confidential session. done, Reece? Where? Almost there. Yeah, I have to wait until the audio's on. Thank you. Can I confirm the audio is now on? Okay, thank you. You're welcome. The outcome of CO11/25 web content hosting services is that the matter was deferred to a councillor briefing. The outcome of CO12/25 audit and risk and improvement committee minutes is as per the business paper. The outcome of CC4/25 introducing a reform Palladio studio at Des Renford Leisure Centre, it was carried as per the business paper. There being no further business, I declare the Randwick Council meeting for the 25th of October closed with 3 minutes to spare at 12. Sorry, the 25th of February. I've forgotten what month it was. It's actually now the 26th of February at 12:57 p.m. Yeah.